Islands-Whangaroa subdivision.
Bruce? Unmute, Bruce. Bruce is muted. Bruce Mills is from the Islands-Whangaroa area, subdivision area. Frank? You there, Frank?
He's muted.
Yep, he's unmuted now. Frank Owen from Kerikeri.
Thank you. We have Councillor Rachel Smith.
Morena, Rachel Smith, Bay of Islands, Whangaroa Ward, District-wide Councillor.
And Councillor Kelly Stratford.
Yes, Kelly Stratford, Bay of Islands, Whangaroa.
Manuwai Wells said she may be a little bit late. Are you there yet, Manuwai? No, okay, so we will proceed, thank you. And we also have in our presence the new liaison officer for our board, Casey Gannon.
Hi, team.
And staff, we had Catherine Churn, I saw there. Catherine,
Good morning, everybody. I am indeed.
Do we have any other staff with you, Catherine?
No, I'm at home. I don't think the cat counts.
And we have Bart, one of our speakers today from Volunteering Northland. Good morning, Bart. I see you there. Welcome.
Yeah, morning, and I brought my cat as well.
Oh. Anybody else in the lobby, Catherine? Right.
No, but we do have Emma Healy here as well from the CEO's office.
Oh.
Morning, everyone. I am the new executive officer to Sean Clark. So I'm just standing in this morning because Sean wanted to attend but is on leave this week.
Welcome. Lovely to have you here. Now, I would like to start the meeting with a karakia and opening prayer. Do we have one to put up on the screen, Casey?
Laurie, through the chair, I will just bring up the council prayer for you. Give me 2 seconds.
That would be great, Kim. Thank you. Shit. Just while Kim's bringing that up, Councillor Smith, would you like to read the prayer this morning? You're probably familiar with this council one when we get it. You might even know it off by heart.
More than happy to. I have only read it once aloud so far, so any practice is good practice.
Just bear with us. This is our first, for those people listening, and this is our first online formal community board meeting. Councillors have been meeting online for some time and having workshops online, so this is a great experience for those of us who haven't been using Zoom or Teams meetings through the COVID lockdown period. It's actually great to develop new skills and learn new things along the way. How are we going there?
So Kim is going to bring it up.
Hoping to. Apparently our internet connection may be worse than at JBC today.
Not a problem. We'll just get Rachel to pass a kind few words for the day and move on. Thanks for trying to come. Perhaps we'll put it in the agenda next time so we've all put it in. Thank you. Rachel, are you happy with that?
I have it if she's not.
That would be great, Kim. Thank you.
I can hear you, Lisa.
I've put it in the chat for you, Rachel, if that makes it easier.
Great.
Thanks, Kim.
We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen.
Thanks, Rachel. Right, on to item 2, apologies. I had a late apology from Manawa. She had connectivity issues, so she will possibly be joining us very soon in the Kaukau Service Centre. And she has a potential conflict of interest with the item under the Rural Travel Fund with the Paihia Football Club. Any other apologies, everyone here? So I'll move those.
Madam Chair, it's Aisha here. I've put in the comments earlier.
I'll move it, thank you.
As well.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Rachel. I moved the apologies.
It's going to be a long day.
Exactly.
So we have no public forum.
Speakers for your coming
Apologies moved by, seconded by Rachel. All those in favour? We have no public forum speakers this morning and we have no deputations, so we'll move on to the speakers. We have 2 speakers today. Bart is present there, so Bart, you may wish to speak first. Bart Vandermeer. Some of you will have just get the ticks in the boxes for the, so Rachel seconded and Mana.
Yes, I'm on.
Yes, Bart, won't be a moment.
Sorry.
So if you turn to page 76, can we bring page 76 up in our agenda, which is Bart Vandermeer from Volunteering Northland is here to speak to the funding application.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk for a few minutes. This is not the first time we have applied to the community board, and we have applied to the other 2 community boards as well. So we hope that the Far North will continue to support us, because we are still growing in the Far North, as I've explained in the earlier years. Actually, Whangaroa, that's where we started in 2013, and so the Far North was a little bit behind because we changed to Volunteering Northland in 2015. So basically what we do is recruit and refer volunteers to non-profit organizations all over Northland that involve volunteers. So that could be life-changing options like becoming a firefighter, and the shortest one was putting poppies on a string in Whangaroa Library. That took 20 minutes because so many people showed up. So for the Bay of Island Whangaroa area, there's about 27 organizations registered specifically for that area, and another 15 which are Northland-wide or New Zealand-wide, like the Fire Service, St John, Victim Support. There's also another 21 casual organizations that use our services. That is mainly resources, first aid courses, which are heavily subsidized by Foundation North, for instance. And you might know about the governance bites, which are 100% funded by Foundation North, the Kaipara and the Whangaroa district. They are not funded by the Far North district yet, but they are covered. So there is an online, streamed online. Next Monday is session number 9 of 14. So that is about, it's focusing or targeting the 4,500 board members at non-profits in Northland. It's a huge number. Most of them are volunteers. In the last 9 weeks, we have been one of the essential services for reporting back to civil defense. We registered spontaneous volunteers from all over the region, about 36 in the Bay of Island, and that was from Kaio, Russell, Kirikiri, Moriwa, all over, Kawakawa. And we also had requests, people could, mainly elderly, that were on their own, had to self-isolate. Somebody had to do the shopping for them. So it was not the Salvation Army looking after those people because they could easily pay for their shopping. So that has been happening from the start. Some are still, volunteers are still shopping for those people, although I expect in level 1 it will be all over. On the other hand, quite a few of them became friends, and yeah, so there might be long-term relationships with some of those volunteers, with mainly 80-plus-year-olds. One of them, I think she was 82, her son in the UK actually contacted us, and then we found a volunteer in Kirikiri and who adopted this person and have been looking after her for 9 weeks now. So that was a great outcome, that we had those connections with civil defense and that we could focus on helping this specific group, because yeah, it was pretty successful all over Northland, from Russell to Ruawai and from Mangawhai to Kaitaia. So the COVID was a big thing. Let's hope it goes back to level 1, level 0 and stays there. But if not, we are prepared. Other highlights, so the professional development, so governance bites, they will continue till in November, and then it's number 14. One of the things that we're doing now with MSD, a pilot with work and income clients. That's a pilot that runs in Whangaroa. Also had a little bit of an issue with the lockdown, of course. Soul mums and other job seekers, we find volunteer roles for them. And it's a project that has been running in Wellington for years, and Volunteer Northland is the second volunteer centre to do this project. So it's a pilot now, but in Whangaroa only. It's about people helping them with their daily rhythm again, having them making connections with, in this case, the non-profit sector, but giving them opportunities to show they're motivated. And this will be, the plan is to roll it out all over Northland after we have done that pilot for 20 people in Whangaroa. And it should have been finished already in May, but that of course is all a bit different now. So that's a contract with MSD, which we are very happy with. And the other one, that's not up and running yet. I'm from the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, the website is multilingual. like at least German and English, and some of them also French and Spanish. So for me, it's a wish to have that bilingual website, so 100% Te Reo Māori and English for a while now. And we are making many more connections with people who want to help us with that. So the idea is the static content will of course be Te Reo Māori, but if an organization's list an opportunity, because that's not what we do, but what organizations do who have an account on our website, then a volunteer who can do a translation, or quite a few, will get a notification that something has to be translated, which could also be the other way around, from Te Reo Māori to English. So one of the volunteers picks it up, will translate, and then an accredited translator will have a last look, and then it's on the website. So there will be a little bit of a delay, but basically everything that's added to our website will be translated. We hope by doing this show our respect for what's in the Treaty of Waitangi. That's one, but two other important ones are having a better connection with the Maori-focused and Maori-led organizations. So these organizations will also list the opportunities for volunteers or for extra hands, because they don't prefer not to use the word volunteer, on our website. So people outside their circles can more easily be sort of involved with those organizations, and the other way around as well. People who prefer to be to communicate in Te Reo Māori, they will also read the ad for the fire service in their preferred language. So we so it's a wish. For me, it's something obvious, but that's something we will be focusing on in the next year or so. And funding for that will not come from the community boards, but we don't know where the funding will come from yet, but it seems there's some are keen to help us with it. Okay, so I'm ready to take questions, if there's any.
Yeah, that's great, Bart. Thank you very much. Now, members, if you would like to ask a question, please use the hand icon on the toolbar, or write in the meeting chat on the right-hand side of your screen. Anybody have any questions, please? Dave. Unmute, Dave.
How's that?
Great, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Bart. In the material you've put in supporting, you have wages and salaries of 135,000 a year. I just wondered what that might go towards, please.
Well, we do have some operational. I mean, we have staff, paid staff. So, but those wages, they're not. We can't apply for wages at the community boards, the Far North District community board. So we left those out. So wages come from Whangaroa District, from the Support for Volunteering Fund, which is from the Minister of the Voluntary Sector. From the annual fees, we ask for organizations and well, some other funding applications. Yeah, so we, from the start, we thought we could cover the Northland with 4 part-timers, so each 20 to 30 hours. We are not there yet, because we are with 3 at the moment. Yeah, but we do have paid roles, so that's where the salaries are for, of course.
Just one other question, thank you. The volunteer value, wasn't quite sure why that was under expenditure. but you've got 28,000 at $20 an hour. So I'm taking, is that to represent 1,400 volunteer hours?
Well, this amount, and I have to salute Far North District Council, that's one of the only councils that have this option in their funding applications. So we can add 20 hours for each volunteer hour in a funding application showing how big the project is. So this would be 1,400 hours. Those are volunteers in addition to the paid staff working for Volunteering Northland, like our reporters, our board members. So it's not the volunteers that we refer to other organizations, because then you would talk millions. This is the volunteer value of the volunteers at Volunteering Northland.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Are you finished? Yes, Manawai. You have a question. Unmute, please.
Kia ora, everybody. I just had a question around the phone and internet depreciation costs. I'm not sure if you've already answered that with me coming in late.
Yes, so we had to put it somewhere, so it can't be under equipment or anything. So we do have like laptops. We do have a website which is continuously sort of updated. So like for the whole COVID situation, our website completely changed. There was a request form. There was people could sign up as emergency volunteers. And the depreciation, we have I think 4 laptops now, and we have billboards. Yeah, so it is part of our cost, our operational cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for Bart? No, so we'll move on. Thank you, Bart, and for all the good work that you do. And we'll be dealing with your application a little bit later on in the meeting.
Thank you again for the opportunity. Okay.
Okay. Now, we were going to have another speaker from Life Education Trust, but they, the 2 representatives are actually teaching, so they are unable to address us today. So we will decide when we come to that item whether we want to move ahead with discussing that without their attendance. In the meantime, we will move on. Just a point of regard the meeting. Voting today will be by division, as per online meeting protocol, which means that a box will come up on the screen and you will be asked one by one in alphabetical order. I may reverse the order depending on how long the meeting is, to actually say yes or no with your voting, so that each one is recorded by division individually. Just so you're aware of that, that's the process that we will. Okay, so moving on, you would have received an additional item for confirmation of minutes, item 6. This was not included in the agenda, but it was circulated as an additional item of the previous meeting minutes from the Thursday, the 4th of June, which I have here in front of me. So you all received those as an attachment and have those?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. So can I move that that item as circulated is accepted? Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, I second that, Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. We will go through Lane. In support, Lane, can you please indicate whether you're in support or not? Can you unmute, Lane?
I certainly can do that. That's within my grasp. Yes, I support it. I'm sorry, there was a form came up, but then it disappeared. I've now got a whole bunch of other stuff on my screen. But yes.
Great, thank you very much. Manuela?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Dave?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Rachel?
Aye.
Kelly?
Yes.
And Manuai?
Aye.
Right, so we'll move on. So that's been accepted, so we'll move on to item 7, the reports on page 18. You've got page 18 there? Yep. So I've got the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the reports from Chairperson Ward and Member Eyre and Member Cornell. I'll move. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
That's Lane here. Thank you, Lane. I shall move through. All those in favour, Manuela?
Yep.
Dave?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Manuai?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 7.2. This was an item that was left to low on the table that you will recall regarding the right-of-way easement over the land, property in Landing Road. I'll put the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board recommends to Council that A, uplifts the report right-of-way easement over Reserve Lot 3, DP 70169, NA 260/425, 69 Landing Road, Kirikiri for consideration. B, in its role as administering body of the reserve and pursuant to its powers, excuse me, under Section 48 of the Reserves Act 1977, grants a vehicular access of right of way easement over the reserve held in NA 2060/425 being Lot 3 DP 70169, and C, in its role as the Minister of Conservation's delegate, consents to the granting of the aforementioned easement. Do I have a mover?
Happy to move.
Thank you, Rachel Smith. Seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Was that you, Manuela?
That's me, Manuela, yep.
Now, do we have any further discussion on this, having come back to the board?
I'm not typing, but I'd like to say something, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Lane.
In the original resource consent that was granted by the council, these people, this gentleman or party was supposed to provide a new access way for the non-complying subdivision. And I see here that the council is recommending that we approve this, but I would be interested to know why we are overriding the original resource consent. If the council wants to do that, then that's fine, but I'd like to see that just a paragraph saying that they are withdrawing the original condition.
Unmute, please, Manuela. Did you want to comment, Manuela?
Oh, sorry, I just see that Kim's got some more information for us. That's all, sorry.
Good morning. Through the chair, I do have an email from Lindley Newport, who is the senior planner at Thomson Survey, who actually submitted this. In her email, it does say, in a nutshell, the applicant is seeking to legalise the existing situation in terms of physically formed access to their lot. RC 2190722 condition 3B provided for an option of either upgrading the existing shared appurtenant easement accessway off Landing Road to provide not only access to the new rear lot, but also access to the front lot. For the existing appurtenant easement to service rear lot 2 only, and to legalise the existing physically formed crossing to existing house on lot 1. In short, there are 2 existing physical crossings to the title as indicated, and the applicant's preference is that there will remain 2 existing physical crossings for there to be less physical work, negating the need to dig up infrastructure and destroy fencing and landscaping, and is more practical.
Thank you for that.
If need, I can also get Lindley on the phone.
Thank you for that, Kim. Just to refresh your memory, if you can see this, this was actually given with Lindley's some additional information at the previous meeting. It wasn't actually in the agenda in the report. It was additional, so you may not have that in your agenda if you brought your previous agenda along, and that showed the 2 entrance, exit or ingress, egress to the property. Dave, you would like to speak?
Thank you. Just so to reiterate what Lane said, but I wonder whether we actually had any council staff who could speak to why the recommendation is to support the change that council had already established, which was a condition of the resource consent. So I understand Lindley works for the applicant, but and of course we would get something affirming something around that. So I'm just wondering, is there a staff member that can talk about why we'd want to revisit the terms of the resource consent?
Through the chair, no, there isn't another staff member here today to speak to that.
I think at the last meeting we did ask that there would be some staff members to be able to address that, did we not?
Yeah.
Through the chair, yes, there is. Unfortunately, they are on annual leave today.
So any more questions or comments?
Well, Madam Chairman, at the risk of being repetitious, I wonder if the council staff wish to overturn their own terms and conditions of a resource consent, they should do that. It shouldn't be up to us to somehow formalise a change in a resource consent. No matter, I actually have no great issue with what the guy's trying to do. I mean, the 2 things. I just believe that if the council's going to change a resource consent, then I don't think it should lie with us.
Okay, thank you, Lane. Manuela, you had your hand up.
I did. I had a nervous finger. I totally agree with Lane's view, and that's what we already said in our last meeting back in March. Why does it come to us just because it's too hard to handle? So yeah, I'm the same view.
Manawai.
Kia ora. I am of the same view as Lane and Manuela, and also Dave. I agree, and I just wanted to note I had seen it raised in Lane's report around option 2, saying, however, there appears for declining. We have that removed from any options moving forward. I think it does suggest that we should take on option 1 instead of option 2. Every time that's there, I feel like I'm being told what to do, how to decide. Kia ora.
Why we missed a part of that. So we just had a bit of connectivity issue there with you, and you've gone sideways for some reason. So we're looking at you like this, but we can still see and hear you. Thank you. So the bit that you would like removed in the future or addressed is in relation to the reason for the recommendation?
Yeah, option 2. So I know that Lane has raised it in his report that we just passed, where it says, however, there appears to be no good reason for declining the request.
Yes.
I mean, Madam Chairman, to once again, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just think it's up to council staff. If they want to change the resource consent, that should form part of this. And it doesn't. So I'm being repetitious. I apologise.
Yes, okay. So I take your point about option 2, and we did discuss this at the last meeting, that it's a bit derogatory to put it to us that, however, it appears that there's no good reason for us declining the request. And as you say, staff have made that decision. So we've got a recommendation on the table there. I'm going to put it. Are we ready to vote on it? Right. Okay. So we're now going to vote. Lane.
Nay.
Manuela?
I'm against.
Against?
Yep.
Ruth?
Excuse me, Madam Chairman. Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry.
Waiting for me, is it? No, I'm against this too. Sorry.
Sorry, against, was it?
That's a principle.
Okay.
And Steve right.
Frank?
Against.
Manawai?
Against.
Kelly?
I'm going to abstain.
Yes. Dave?
Against.
And Rachel?
I'm for.
And I am for. So we'll put that. So that recommendation is lost. So we actually put that back to council that we do not support it. 2 to 6. Okay. So that will be lost. So 2 to 6 is quite unanimous. Do we want to put a footnote in there? Is it appropriate that we put a footnote in there that option 2 consideration should be given to these sorts of options not being included in future recommendations from council?
Yes, please.
And perhaps that the community board would have liked this to have been dealt with through the resource consent process rather than the Reserves Act, sorry. We're delegated as the community board the authority to make decisions on reserves, but we believe that it should be dealt with under the resource consenting process.
Right. We'll just deal with the first point first so that Casey can actually type this in. Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. Yeah. In the future, to receive comments as per option 2 in the report. And Kelly, and that. Kelly, would you like to word something?
Member Eyre might have some better wording because it was to address what he was raising.
Madam Chairman, I would just like it noted if we're being asked to change a resource consent, then we need something from the council that they are approving a change in the resource consent and not requiring a particular item, and therefore we're just agreeing with that decision. But nowhere in this submission have they actually said that they want to change the resource consents for this project. And there must have been a reason that they put that resource consent in the first place. I assume it wasn't just arbitrary.
Consent conditions. It's the conditions you're referring to of the consent, isn't it, Lane?
Yeah. The consent said that they were going to provide a new access way. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't remember it all. And basically this changes that resource consent. And I just want to know that somebody's further up the food chain than ourselves is happy with that change.
Provide the reasons.
I'll rephrase that.
Your own decision. Would you like to just read that, Lane and Kelly, and say if it actually, if this is what you're trying to say?
Yeah. In the report, and that the community will want asked to change the resource consent conditions, that the council provide reasons that they are overturning their own decision. I think that's fine. I'm quite happy to support that.
To move that, or we can just include it.
I'll do it, Kelly.
Sorry, Aish, I just wanted to ask for some advice here. Is that something that needs to be moved and seconded so that it can be passed on, or what's the process at this stage?
Morning, everybody. So I just wanted to, if Casey can just scroll up a little bit. So effectively what you've done is hit 2 birds with 1 stone. So you've agreed that you want to discuss this and you've uplifted it from the table. And then at the same time, you've considered whether or not you want to make this recommendation to council to consider whether or not this is what they want to do moving forward. So our process is that things that may require, or things that we think you might want to provide input in, come to you first. So the staff's recommendation was that we do agree, and then providing this report to you, we're just asking whether or not, with your community eyes and ears on the ground, whether or not you think this is a good idea, and then we would put it up to council to say if this is endorsed by the community board. So I guess I'm just checking to see whether or not you're happy for us to then present this to council to say that the community board recommend that the request be declined. Is that the steer that you're giving us?
Yes, it is.
And then in response to Casey's question, I think Lane was asking that this be a note in the minutes rather than a motion, which is okay as well.
Yes.
Great.
It is. Aisha, I think it's true to say that we're declining that, Madam Chairman, through the chair, but it's the process. You know, it's all very well that the staff say, you know, they approve this in the 2 options that they give us, but formally they need to withdraw the resource consent that they originally issued on this property. That's the step I believe that the staff have missed, but that's just my opinion.
Yes, thanks for that, Lane. I'm not sure whether we're qualified enough to, it may be that consent could have been amended or that something went on. Because we don't know the full process, we're probably not in a position to comment on that. I just feel that it's important that we get our feelings across as a board, that we should have perhaps had more lead-in time and been involved in the process, or a board representative, which I guess raises the question that we have been asking for some time about getting copies of resource consents. I haven't had any for 9 months. I know 1 or 2 of you have been receiving them again. So Kim, I guess from that perspective, had it required a resource consent and we received it and commented it and been involved from day one of the process, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. And it may well have been able to be mitigated. Dave.
Thank you. And just to reiterate that, of course, that we'd prefer that a staff member was available. I understand that someone might be on leave or sick, but there should be somebody else who could be delegated to be able to give some background, to be able to help inform us, to be able to make any further discussions.
Right, thank you. Any more discussion around this? Right, we'll move on then to item 7.3. We've got it there. Coming. Okay, recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant of Council's road naming and property addressing policy number 2125, name the private right-of-way Gates Way that is currently addressed after 147 Okura Bay Road, Coastal North, as per map A2844382. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
That was Frank?
Bruce.
Yeah, second.
I'll second that.
Frank, thank you. So we'll move through voting on that.
Could I hear from Bruce? Like, was everybody okay with that in the community? Do you know?
I mean, I've just got this agenda last night, so I haven't been able to speak to anyone else, but talking to my whānau who were discussing it last night, it doesn't seem to be an issue from what I can pick up. And that gentleman, yeah, Ray was a hell of a nice guy and very well respected in the area too, so I'm sure that the whole community around there would like to acknowledge it.
Before we vote, can I just ask who the property holder at 190 is? I couldn't find the details of their being in favour of the name change.
Through the chair, I don't think we have that information on hand.
Is that we do have the information in our agenda? Is there a reason why we weren't provided with that?
So it does say in the application form that they submitted properties affected are 190 who is in favour, 207 who is the applicant, and 225 who is actually deceased. So there's only really the 3 properties, and they have said that they are in favour.
We don't have any evidence of that though. Is that right? Other than it being in the applicant's report.
Sorry, when I last checked, there was, however, it hasn't been pulled through.
This is actually a private right-of-way, Kim?
Yeah, it is.
I'm happy to go forward with what Bruce has said. I just wanted to ask if that information had been provided.
Through the check, it has been. I have seen it with my own 2 eyes. And I'm just having a look through my emails now to see if I still have that.
Thanks, Kim.
Just while Kim's looking at them through you, Madam Chair, if the board thought that that was a barrier to making the decision, you could make the decision subject to citing the letters of agreement.
Thank you, Aisha. Be tricky to get one from the deceased person, isn't it?
Member Hookwa's had his hand up for a while now too, Madam Chair. And Kelly?
Sorry, the toolbar's over your hand, Dave. We can't quite see it. Dave?
That's all right. My hand was up before the toolbar went up, but I understand these are the different problems of this. Look, I recall in council an issue to do with something down in Kelly, probably remember this, to do with renaming of a street in Kawakawa district where council had received reports that people were in favour of it, and then we had to turn it back again because it wasn't justified. What I'm concerned about here is just what is the normal mode that we decide. So I know in my own street here, for the little bit of Waipapa West, that there was originally 14 landowners, and if we wanted to change the name of the street, everyone would, or there had to be a majority of residents that were in favour of it. In this case, to say that someone's deceased, actually there's still a property owner, regardless of what's happened to the property. You know, there must be an owner of that, and I'd like to see that there was some confirmation come back in writing that we don't commit to a process in which in the future could be flawed if there's come back to say, well, look, you've set a precedent in this case where only one person came up and said, yes, our neighbours are in support of it. I appreciate there's only 3 properties there, and perhaps we could let the matter lie on the table till the next meeting just to be sure. I don't, you know, Bruce, I'm taking your points that, you know, everything seems to be all right, but I'd be concerned that we should have some definitive evidence on that.
Thanks, Dave. Manawai.
Yes, I'm just through the chair referring to Dave's point. When I was reading the report, I'm assuming that the deceased property owner is from the Gates whānau. Would that be correct? Does anyone know?
I'm not sure, but I assume the same.
It says that in point 1 of the background that the Gates family has owned the property for a century before the subdivision. The last descendant, Raymond Gates, lived here until he passed away in June 2019.
Thank you. Kelly.
So, just so that doesn't indicate that their family's still the owner, so if it was the last descendant, the property may have been sold. Council should have that access to information on the rates record anyway. So, in light of not having that information, I'd like to move that we let the item lie on the table until the next meeting when we have more information.
My
Kelly,
turn?
did you want to
Yeah,
speak?
so
Kelly?
yes, please. We've had the one in Kawakawa and then one out in Mototo, Opahi, which still isn't resolved. So I'm hesitant, although it's a right-of-way and appears to have all the support. I don't think there's been very good lead-in time for the local community board member to go, okay. And also we've also had instances where the proof has actually been signed by someone else, not the landowner. So Kim's got the proof, but tangata whenua play a huge role on that peninsula, and they haven't been consulted on the name as well. And the history of that whenua goes back more than 100 years. I'm not comfortable with the information that's been produced for this report and won't be supporting the road name.
Thanks, Kelly. Were your other 2 examples private roads or primary roads?
One was a right-of-way and the other one is a council-maintained road.
Thank you. Kim?
Through the chair, I will just share my screen now to show you what we have.
Okay.
So, as we've discussed, there's only 2 who really at this stage can agree. So this is one of the ones with his signature and date. And then, of course, this is the applicant themselves saying that they agree to.
Yeah. Thanks. So that's
just to confirm address.
I'm sorry, that one should say 190 Okura Bay Road, but they haven't added it in. And this one says 207.
So we've got 190-207. Not 225. Manawai.
I just wanted to add that this is something that we deal with almost every meeting, every time it's on our agenda. might be good to review the process, because every single time we have consultation issues coming through that we have to deliberate over, and it shouldn't be happening. As far as my understanding is, that should already be sorted before it gets to us for deliberation.
Thanks for more strict about that one.
Yes. Rose, did you want to speak?
Hey?
Did you give your hand up?
Way, no? Hello. Yeah, I'd just like to bring up again the fact that the whānau, even though this Ray is deceased, it's a pretty extensive whānau in that area and very well respected as well. So, you know, your comment, Kelly, about 100 years so far, I think they're well and truly integrated in that whole area. And so I don't think that really does hold, personally. As I said, it's a very, yes, in the Totara North area, the Freer family is very prominent. And I can't see any other issues coming through. I mean, as I said, and Ray was probably one of the most respected of that whole whānau. And yeah, I still believe that this one should go through.
Thank you for that, Bruce. Well, Dave, you wanted to put an amendment. Has everybody finished discussing the item? Dave, you wanted to put an amendment?
Well, I guess that's just yeah, part of what Manawa said as well, is that there should be something that's a lot clearer, that we know what it is in terms of how much there should be in terms of support. Bruce, I thank you for your your input around that. But if this is something that comes up every meeting or quite regularly, it should be a lot more definitive, so that other streets as well also know what they need to do in order to be able to get something through. So my motion was that we let it lie on the table pending getting at least some information about the last landholder, and as Kelly says, is this appropriate that we have some input from tangata whenua as well?
So you're moving that this lie on the table until we. Are you typing this, or is Kim?
Yep, I can. So.
But really, I'm wanting to ask staff, is a part of the process that looks at the importance of input from tangata whenua in certain situations. Or in all situations.
Aisha, did you want to speak to this?
Thanks, Belinda. I guess because I had just sent a message to say that I recommend dealing with this particular one now, and then if you wanted to move a separate motion, then we would apply it for all future cases, just to make it crystal clear that in future, when you get road naming requests coming through, that you want to have a more robust process to ensure that multiple parties rather than just the affected landowners are consulted.
Okay, thank you. So are you happy to withdraw that? You want to deal with it, or you still want it to lie on the table?
I still would like to leave it lie on the table. I'm concerned that legally it's not, you know, if it hasn't got the number and what have you, then these things could be contested. We don't want to leave ourselves open to that. So I'd prefer that it was a lot more straightforward as to how we proceed. So I'm still going to leave the motion if someone wants to second it. Otherwise, it's my intention not to support it anyway at this stage then if we're going to push it here.
Okay, thank you. So we'll leave Dave's moving that this item is left to lie on the table. Can we just get some wording?
Kelly.
Just trying to get some wording, Kelly, hang on.
Can I just add to what Aisha said or respond?
Yes.
we've been having these road naming issues time and time again, and it's the same you know, we don't have enough robust information behind the report to support the recommendation. We've had, you know, a couple that I can think of that we've had to go back and readdress. Yeah, it just needs, it's been needing tidying up.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. It is quite historically the same. We're coming up with the same queries over and over. We have it all public roading. We seem to be left short when it comes to the consultation phases over and over again.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, and so it makes me really hesitant to support it, and I have no, you know, issue with the whānau wanting to do this. It needs to the process.
We need to be confident that we are actually approving something that everybody is over. Yeah. Okay, so Casey.
So just, sorry, through the chair, if I could get some proposed wording for the new motion?
Yep. So Dave, you want this to lie on the table? Kelly's just trying to find, Casey's trying to put something in here, so that your recommendation is that sign to lay on the table to request additional information
from the applicants, I guess, but it's does council actually have a policy around this? So
So through the chair, you'll see on page 36 where the applicant has completed the application for road renaming, and in the beginning of that there is some general information. Now, the only bit of that is that the applicant will liaise with the iwi when using Māori names and provide supporting document of their approval, and that's what the applicant's meant to submit. However, I know in council we also then follow up with the contacts for each iwi or hapu to see if they are in agreement. In this report, that hasn't happened as it's a private right away and not a council road. But in terms of what the process is, it basically is just that general information. So what you are requesting kind of does go outside of that.
Madam Chairman, through the chair.
Yes.
I tried typing in on the side, but I guess I didn't get it right.
Sorry, we've got that screen open at the moment.
Okay. It seems to me that maybe the staff need a better format for when this is done, because when the applicant's doing it, and we've seen it 2 or 3 times, the applicant wants to have as least amount of problems. So they talk to Harry next door and he signs off on it, but there's no format about everybody that's affected should be contacted. And then whatever other parties. I just think there needs to be a better format from the staff, maybe.
I think the one thing here that we've had in the past too is we had issues with people living abroad or being difficult to contact, and it has actually dragged situations on and made it impossible for landowners to actually follow through and complete their processes due to the fact that they haven't been able to have that discussion with the people that they would like to address it with. So as Kim said, the policy has been addressed. If you still want it to lie on the table for that, for a letter of approval from that absentee owner of, is it 225 Okura Bay Road? Have I got that right? Is that the one, Dave, that you don't have?
Yeah, and I think that the applicants at 190 should as well. But I don't regard this as a policy. It's an application form. It's not a policy for council. And whilst I think council's probably got too many policies in this instance, is not the guidance as to the number of residents in a street that we would need to achieve a critical mass or anything to address the timeframes that you're talking about, Madam Chair, in terms of how long there should be a consultation and people given a chance to respond to something. So whilst this is a small example, again, it's a matter of precedence around if we had a larger street or something where some of the residents at the end of it, and I can think of my own case as well, where we may wish to change the name. It's how few people might be required to be able to do that if people weren't all given the chance to be able to consult and to be able to show that they were given that opportunity.
Okay, so I'm in your hands, and Casey's here trying to put together a motion. Request additional information. Do you want to be more specific about the additional information to enable the staff to come back to us with it?
I guess in this case, are we looking? Yeah, but is it the information from the applicants, or is it the information from the staff and the staff's job to ensure that the other residents have been contacted? In this case, from the deceased estate.
Aisha could clarify that, but I'm pretty sure it's the applicant that has to provide the information.
Right. Okay.
So I did have my hand up through you, Madam Chair, just to try and provide some help in formulating your amendments and where you head to next. So I wanted to thank the board members for having such a robust discussion. It's really good that you've gone through this in such good detail, and the benefits of having a virtual meeting and it being recorded is that we can replay this to staff that follow through this process. I think perhaps it may be enough to just leave this item to lie on the table until you receive further information. That could be your motion, rather than going into detail, and we can refer the detail of what you want in the recording to the relevant staff. I think I've taken a very clear point that staff need to review the complete process and whether or not that's the application forms, the policy, and how we bring all of this information to you. I think it's valid, and I wanted to reassure the board members as well that you're not the only community boards that have raised the issue with road naming process. It just, because of the levels of development and the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa board, you get a lot more requests than the other areas do, but they have signalled concerns as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So if we look back at the motion moved by Bruce and seconded by Frank, are you happy to put that and we can deal with it as suggested by Aisha? Dave, are you happy to withdraw?
It's moved by, sorry, Chair, moved by Bruce.
That was moved by Bruce, seconded by Frank. So in this instance, I'm going to put this motion. And Dave, are you satisfied that Aisha can deal with the policy side of it with staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I just make a further comment? Sorry.
Yes.
I think just in reflection of the conversation that we've had, especially around tangata whenua, sorry, my words are not working. I notice in the compliance report state the possible implications for Māori and how Māori have been provided with an opportunity to contribute to decision making if this decision is significant and relates to land and or any body of water. And the staff assessment is non-applicable. While I recognise that the land is in private ownership, I think that it's really important that as a board we reiterate that if the staff feel that is non-applicable, which is a significant priority to our board, they need to provide an explanation as to why, because it's not only for the board, but that's a public document. And I feel that that's not a reflection of the priorities that we hold as a board through our decision-making process, but also through our strategic planning and community support. So I'd just like that noted as well, is that if NA is used, that there is a reason given.
Yes, good point, Rachel. Bearing in mind the location and sensitivity of the coastal property as well. Okay, so I'm going to put the original, we've put the original motion to vote. We've got Bruce moving, Frank seconding, and I'm going to put this to vote now.
So we're not going to vote on the proposed amendment first?
Madam Chair, the only one that, because it was a recommendation that was moved first, you don't actually need to vote on that, you just need to vote on the amendment.
Okay. So got the amendment moved by Dave Hookway. We're still going to let this lie on the table, Kim?
Yes, with the original mover and seconder, sorry, or with.
No, Dave Hookway moved and Stratford second that it lay on the table. Sorry, Casey.
No, all good. Sorry, everybody. Thank you guys all for your patience. Okay, here you go.
So Casey, if you click on motion, and then put in Dave and, sorry, whoever seconded it,
Kelly.
and then click on amendment, and then okay.
Okay.
And then yeah, this item was left to lie on the table.
Thank you.
Right. So we're going to vote on this. Lane.
Aye.
Manuela?
Yes, yes. Sorry.
Bruce?
Aye.
Frank?
Yes.
Manawai?
Aye.
Kelly, obviously, because she seconded it, and Dave moved it. Rachel?
Aye.
And aye for me. Carried.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, before we move on from this item, just having a look at the appendix for the guidelines for choosing a road name on page 40 under 7.1 history, just at the very top. It says the name of 7.1.1, the name of a historical person, event, industry or activity associated with the area. That second sentence, how do such names may include early settlers and early notable people such as conservationists or naturalists.
Yes.
I don't feel that's that we need that sentence in there. How do we take that second sentence out? Because when it goes down to 7.2 and culture, it addresses, it seems to contradict it in my mind. So I just wanted to raise that before we move on as a note, and to see what the staff might consider moving forward.
So which point? 7 point?
It's 7.1 on page 40 in the appendix for guidelines for choosing a road name, and it's under 7.1.1.
Yes, okay. Have you noted that, Aisha?
Such names may include from there on.
Yes, I have got that noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Hookway has got a virtual and a physical hand up.
Yes.
Thank you, Manawai. Look, I was just reading that too, and it was where we would give weighting to Indigenous and to original names over colonised names. So if we're going to address the effects of colonisation and that, then we should be looking at how we judge those two things. So yes, early settler may have gone back 150 years. Tribal hapu, what have you, may have been there for much longer, and may be more appropriate to have input into a renaming of it. Otherwise, we just perpetuate that colonisation effect. So I think this is something that we need to be a bit wary of moving forward.
Right, end of discussion. So that's carried. So we will move on to item 7.4. Statement of Community Board Fund Account. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives the report entitled Statement of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Community Fund Account as at the 30th of April 2020. Do I have a mover?
I'm happy to move that.
Lane, thank you.
Second.
Is that you, Kelly?
Rachel.
Rachel, thank you. Now put that. Is that this one or is that on? You're right. Oh, have you still got your hand up, Manawai? No?
Oh yes, I just wanted to raise that the type size is, the font size is still too small for me when it comes to financials. I'd really like it a lot bigger. I like looking at the numbers, knowing where the numbers are going. Sometimes they're a little bit small. I have asked this before. I just wanted to raise it again.
I think we've been asking this for years and I carry this now.
I've seen other boards agenda, they have a bigger font for the financials. So I just want that for our board as well. Kia ora.
I'm not sure if Kim's shaking her head at the font or at Bruce actually, but thank you, we'll note that. Dave.
I was going to also note that I've raised this point many times with staff to be able to adopt an internal standards guide for all publications, and that it's my intention in the future that if we're not going to address this issue, that I'll take it to the Human Rights Commission because it's discriminatory against people who have visual impairments. So, you know, we do things a nice way and we're all making a note around it, but it's actually not being inclusive. And as council has policies around people with disabilities and being able to be inclusive, and the continued reporting of information in this way is not satisfactory.
Thank you, Dave. So are you finding the same issue online as in type?
I always find it in type. I mean, I can, in this case, yes, we can, I'm at 202% on mine, and I can just read it online. If
And
it
that's
was,
with your glasses on.
That's with my glasses on, yeah. So, you know, without it, and if it was on a print where we couldn't, I'd have to use Madam Chair's magnifying glass and probably a bit more as well. This is actually quite a serious issue. You know, we say that we're going to be a progressive council and that we're going to be making our information easily available to people. And so this does need some commitment, and I would recommend, again, that the organisation adopt the visual standards guide for all publications that we do, both internally and externally. That comes with a minimum font size and a reporting framework template.
Thanks, Dave. Aisha has a comment to make.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment to reassure members, although it hasn't been adhered to, which we will definitely put a strong stance in to say that the font size need to be adhered to. Council's visual standards that we have had in place for multiple years is that our font size needs to be a minimum of 11. So I'd be curious to see whether or not that's an acceptable font size or if it needs to be considered larger.
That's about a 7, I would suggest.
Thanks, Aisha. Rachel.
Madam Chair, just in addition to the points that Aisha has raised, Member Hookway, I'm in full support of what you're saying. I note that our internal policy of equity and access for people with disabilities in the final point 6, where appropriate, ensuring information is available in alternative formats that are easier for the wider disability community to access, for example, website, text, messaging services, etc. So we have the policy in place, we just need to adhere to it, as Aisha says. That's a great point to raise.
Maybe that could be taken back to council in terms of performance indicators through a governance framework.
Good feedback, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Yes, that is good constructive feedback. And who is our DAG representative? Kelly, is it you?
Me, Lane.
Oh, all of you, Lane?
Yep. The discussion has come up at various DAG meetings from time to time, and we keep getting told there's a policy, so we live to see the policy enacted.
Yes. Well, it's something too that once we can rectify this, that you can liaise with the Disability Action Group and keep them informed on how we're improving moving forward. Okay, so if we put that to the vote, did we?
We need to.
We were.
That's where we are. It's just me putting that to the vote.
Okay, so we had Lane move, Rachel second. Yeah. So we're now going to put that statement of account to the vote that we accept that. And Lane.
I moved it, so yes. Aye.
You did. Manuela.
Yes.
Bruce.
Aye.
Frank.
Aye.
Manawai.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
And Rachel seconded it.
Aye.
Carried. Right, we move on to item 7.5. Item 7.5 is the statement of financial performance activities by ward for period ending 31st of March 2020. I'll move the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Statement of Financial Performance Activities by ward for the period ending 31st March 2020. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it so I can speak to it.
Thanks, Dave. Is that Dave?
It is. It was.
Right, discussion.
Yes, I did have my hand up because it was over this item.
Yes, Dave.
Right. My question was, as I said to you, Madam Chair, yesterday, I had a concern over the actual information is not presented in a way that we know whether we're talking about dollars, hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, or millions of dollars. It does sort of make a difference, unless I'm missing something here. And here, obviously, there's a small font, and I'm on 202 again. We've had this problem before with financial accounting and council, where amounts. One meeting in particular, I recall, we're sitting next to Councillor Macaulay, and the staff had provided the long-term plan forecast over expenditure for increased staffing, and the amounts were just 75 minus 75 plus 75 minus 75, then 10,000, then 75. So you know, it's hard to know what we're talking about as the budget in millions.
So you would like to have a staff member to address us on queries in relation to the financial performance statements?
I don't think that I'm not satisfied with the report, the document. It's. I mean, you would be struggling to know. Is it talking about millions of dollars, or what are the amounts used there?
Yeah, can I add to that?
Kelly.
Yeah, it looks like it's been cut and pasted into here without the 000s that would normally be sitting up the top of the table. Yeah.
Manuela, did you want? No. Okay, so point taken. I think we have a big visual issue with our information and the detail, the devil in the detail of it that we are receiving on a few of our documents. So Casey's got that point loud and clear. And we will vote on this. We have on that. I moved, Dave seconded it. Any more discussion? So we'll vote on it.
Belinda, I'd like to ask that when we have our combined community board meeting, that finance come and do a update to the board members on the financial situation at the moment. Yeah, if that could be added to the agenda.
Has a date been set for that? Do you know, Kelly?
No, sorry, I don't know.
Oh, it was supposed to be 8. Of course, we didn't have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I've just noted that. Thank you. Right, so we're voting. Lane.
Aye.
Manuela.
Yes.
Bruce.
Yes.
Frank.
Aye.
Manawai. You there, Manawai? Move on to Kelly.
Aye.
Dave's a yes. And Rachel.
Aye.
And I'm a yes, I moved it. Are you there, Manawai?
Aisha here. I see Manawai has actually left the meeting. I assume it's because of her connectivity issues. And just as a point of interest, members may not be aware that there's a few power outages throughout the district today with the heavy rain. There's multiple issues which will be not helping people's connectivity.
Okay. So she hasn't come back, so we will move on from that. So that's carried anyway.
Sorry, Aisha, just a bit of advice there. I do mark Manawai as absent, is that correct?
Yeah, you can put it in the reason.
Yeah, we'll need to just add a note that Manawai's left the meeting, and she will have left before this part was voted on.
Yellow box. The reason, but yeah.
Activity. She did put a note in the chat, I noticed, through the chair, just stating that her connectivity has dropped.
Yes, and yeah, she has had connectivity issues this morning.
So, yes?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, move on. Now, would you like a 5-minute recess, comfort stop, before we...
Why not?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
10-minute comfort will do.
Sorry.
Good idea.
Right, we'll be back here at... So we'll start that then. So we're going to move on to item 7.8. I'm bringing the Rural Travel Fund forward so that Cheryl, bless her, who's been waiting for over an hour in the lobby, can get on with some real work and answer any questions and queries that we have to this application. So I'll put this recommendation at the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. This is 7.9. We've got 7.8. Sorry. 7.8, recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board allocates rural travel funding in accordance with the recommendations received from Sport Northland as follows. A, Bay of Islands Amateur Swimming Club Incorporated, $4,420. B, Payher Football Club, $2,096.85. C is Russell School, $884. D, Northland Inline Skating Club, $2,382.38. E, Kaikoai Rugby Football and Sports Club, $530.40. F, Kirikiri High School, $1,728.22. being a total of $12,041.85. And that this funding is allocated subject to, if the season does not take place or is shortened, the funding advisor on the Advice of Sports Northland is authorised to reduce or decline the funding granted, with any monies not paid out to be carried over to the next financial year. And the funding advisor will report back to the community board on any funding that is declined or reduced on the advice of the Sport Northland Community Conductor. Do I have a mover?
Yeah, I'm happy to
Madam
move it.
Chairman.
I'll second it.
Who was that?
I can second.
Sorry, did we hear Bruce Mills?
Yes.
Seconded by
I'll second. Lane.
Lane Ear, thank you.
Yep.
Right, just Cheryl, do you want to speak to this, or would you prefer us to have a discussion and throw some questions at you?
Madam Chair, Member Hockley's had his hand up.
Sorry?
Dave has already got his hand up, so.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't see that, Dave, with the recommendation up on the screen. Dave, fire away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask that when we do go to consider this, that we actually vote on each one separately, seeing there's a number of issues that I have with those and would allow for amendment of the amounts being granted.
Yes, that's quite all right. They will be discussed, and I'm sure Cheryl can answer queries as to the reasoning behind. I know one or two queries have already been raised with me. Do you have any questions for Cheryl now, Dave?
I'm happy for others to go first. I do have some questions, but I'll come back to them.
Okay, right, we'll work through. Lane, do you have any
Yes,
questions?
Cheryl, good morning. Sorry to keep you waiting. I hope it was warm wherever you were. Just a question on really administration of the fund. I see the list of names here, and I don't have last year's list with me, but there seems to be a lot of similarity. And I just wonder what we do to try and encourage new people to apply. Like if I look at this list, it would look very similar to last year, would it not?
Yes, it does, Lane. And what I try and do, I send it out to all community groups.
Yep.
And it's up, and I forward on like a follow-up email, but it's really up to the individuals to apply. But I can understand what your concerns, but I do try and get others to apply, but it just seems it's the same ones every year. Why that is, I'm not too sure.
Cheryl, Catherine Chewan, comment on this. Catherine.
I was going to say, Cheryl and I have had a big discussion about this because this is something that comes up with the other boards as well. We do know that there is a schools connector, and he contacts all the schools as well. I, in my role, which has been in existence for less than a year, I'm spreading the word as much as I can as well. For example, on the 2nd of August, I'm going to a community sports function that's being hosted by Northland Rugby that's about getting groups to know about funding. So it's one of those things that we are constantly trying to tell our community about. We do advertise, we do put it on Facebook, we do contact groups, sports groups as well as schools individually, but there is an element of personal responsibility that seems to come into it as well. I will say in the conversation we had yesterday, one of the community members on the other board that I was with was very upset because they were insistent that their school had never been contacted, and we could say, well, this is the person we spoke with and these are the emails that we've been sending. And so there are some groups that don't pass them on to the right people. There is only so much we can do, but we are getting a few more groups in now that we didn't in the past.
That's great. Thanks, Catherine. Lane, any more questions?
Yeah, just to note, I have no animosity towards any of the applicants in there. I just would want to make sure that we spread the net wherever possible, as far as possible. So, thank you.
Manuela, do you have any questions for Cheryl?
No, I'm all good, thank you. I'm gonna listen though.
Lovely. Dave?
I was just picking that part of the requirement under the discussion and options was around what the funding was not available for the Rural Travel Fund. So that was anything to do with activities during school hours, coaches, referees, club, school, sport administration, travel to training. But is that the latter part of that, Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So I'm swapping between screens. Is that the latter part of that as well as also relates to what happens during school hours?
Yes, so it's for inter-school interaction. So, you know, your cross countries, athletics days, that happens as well. The only part it doesn't cater for is rec teams. So it's for everything else bar rec teams and out of district. But if that's the only competition a club can play in, which, for example, if it's a hockey team and the only competition they've got is Whangaroa, we will look at that application. But if there is a hockey competition within our Far North District, the money will have to be spent. The question will be asked, why aren't they going to that competition first? Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, because we've got a couple of schools that have put in for this, and so I'm having to go to the additional paper, the funding paper that we were supplied. So I'm recalling reading this yesterday about Russell School talking about activities which I'd like to support, but it does talk about things that seem to be during school hours.
Yes, and it can approve that funding for that because it's getting kids. It's a barrier for some schools to do inter-school activities, so it is part of it. If that helps.
Through the chair.
Thanks, Cheryl. I'll come back to you, Lane. I'm going down the list. Have any questions?
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering maybe we need to change the background on that in the future to open that up, Cheryl. I understand the equity issues around that and would love to support the Russell School, and if it's your recommendation that we are able to consider moving outside of the guidelines for that Rural Travel Fund. Is that okay? Is that what you're recommending?
Yes, like that's why that was part of my recommendation, because it feels they're already at a boundary already with the water to get out and play against other schools. So for me, it's we can't let that be a barrier. So I feel that we can support the school and their application for that. So yes, Dave, I agree with you.
Historically, there has never been a one-size-fits-all, Cheryl, has there, when we come to do this
Yes.
Rural Travel Fund? There's always been some athletes or some schools or some locations that have, or venues that have been not quite within the criteria, and so this is why we use these wonderful people from Sports Northland to help us work through the criteria and allocate the funding. Catherine wants to comment on this.
I was just going to say through the chair, Cheryl and I go through the initial applications and all that sort of thing, but all of Cheryl's recommendations also go through Sport Northland, so they're the next level up before they come back down for approval by you. So the regional one is aware of the issues that are in there. So it might be that you could even put a resolution to send a letter, if that's what you wanted to do, saying, can we please have some changes made to the recommendations in terms of the guidelines or something like that if that's what you wanted to do. I know, for example, that one of the other boards is going to be writing a letter to Sport Northland and Sport New Zealand saying this is what the policy is, but we'd like this to be reconsidered or something along those lines, just for information.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Catherine. That's helpful. Any other questions, Dave?
No, I think that's just. I appreciate Catherine you mentioning that, because and if I put a hat on from our Ngāti Ora with DHB Public Health, and we're encouraging physical activity and that, and so this is a way to enable that, so to loosen those criteria and enable more opportunities for those smaller schools who don't have the funding available. Then I'm sure that we can work together with some of our other kaimai to get those schools involved. So yeah, thank you.
Lovely. Bruce, do you have any questions for Cheryl around any of these funding applications?
No, I don't have any questions. I mean, I've obviously been hearing these applications for years and years. Some of them have got very complicated, but over the years I've noticed that we have relied on the judgment from Sports Northland and their staff. As you said, it's gone backwards and forwards through 3 different stages, and I respect that. And speaking, as I have done in the past, to local schools and said, why aren't you applying? And they've turned and said, oh, we can't be bothered, it's too much drama. So, I mean, I can only just say that. But the ones who have applied, and as I said, I have that much respect for the way you've carried this out and you've put these figures down. And when I came through the agenda last night, late, and I came across this and I thought, well, okay, I know you guys do the job pretty well. I must admit, I scooted over it because I put my faith in you chaps, because there are so many variables. And I look at, you know, Russell, and we've heard those arguments before, they have to get over the water and whatever. If the people aren't going to come forward, if the schools aren't going to step up and ask for the money, you know, I understand what you're saying, Dave, definitely do. And I'd like to see more kids get out there and do it. But if the schools aren't going to pull their finger out and make the applications, then it's not for me to just break their arms. I'd like to sometimes, but yeah. That's my thing. I trust you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Frank.
Great words. Okay, Frank.
No, I've got nothing further to add. The questions that have been asked and dealt with pretty much covered the issues that I had, so I'm comfortable. Thanks.
Thank you. Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I did just want to commend Cheryl and Catherine in the proactive approach that they've taken in the recommendation, especially around the situation with COVID-19. I really appreciate that next step of advice in the report writing. So thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. And I just note here that Catherine has said that the applications were made prior to COVID-19. And they've contacted everyone to see whether their seasons are likely or whether they're likely to sit for the rest of the year. So it will be a game changer, no pun intended. Some teams will get back into it straight away and others will have difficulty, and schools may not even have children there playing, who knows. So yeah, very challenging for you this time round, Cheryl. Kelly.
Yes. Were there any applications declined in this round?
No.
No, through the chair, all the applications that were received have been put forward for your consideration.
And when is the closing date for what is this, the round that, yeah, the winter? So, for example, the Russell School, it looks like they may have missed the summer round, so that's why it's in this lot.
We do actually have the dates for the entire year up there on our website under rural travel funding. Give me one moment, I'm just opening up the page. The deadlines for this community board for the winter round was the 9th of April, so that was right in the middle of COVID. We did have a few that came in a little bit later because talking with the sports connectors both here and in the Te Hiku ward, I was like, hey, I don't have applications from particular groups that I would expect to come in, so we made sure we contacted everyone that we possibly could to say, hey, have you got your application, and we'll still take it. We do tell people, but again, there's a bit of personal responsibility in there. The next round closes on the 9th of September for all the boards, and that will be for the summer sports round.
So, Cheryl, for Russell School's application, I noted that it had reduced. Was that taking into account that, for example, the cross country and the rugby netball day had, you know, the cross country occurred already, and the rugby netball day is likely not to happen?
Yeah, and it was, as you see in my other comments, I actually reduced everyone by 11.6% because the money available with everyone who applied, it was over the available amount for the winter round. So I had to skim everyone's application. So the fairest way I done it was reducing everyone by 11.6%, and that's how I got my recommendations. Okay. So no, Kelly, no one has not been reduced because of sport not happening. Before this meeting, I contacted them, and all the sport is looking to start in term 3. So we have kept everyone's recommendations to what I have put down, but they are aware if any teams do not enter, they will be returning money.
Yeah, awesome. I just want to add that I used to have to fill out the application for the Bay Cosmos football team, and like Kath said, there is a lot of personal responsibility, but most of the clubs are, you know, the manager, the admin person, the coach, and the taxi driver. So they don't have a lot of resource to do this. And then when I became the community board member for Kawa-Kawa-Moerewa, I actually filled in, I made a template and sent it to some of the groups. And what's his name that was before you, Cheryl? He followed it up by making sure that everyone knew how to work the template, because volunteers change in clubs, and the information doesn't get passed on to the next person that needs to do it. So it might be good for board members to, you know, see if you can find a template and say, here, you know, like in your community, do you guys know how to do this? Here, all you need to do, because it is quite confusing for people to work out their mileage, what they can claim. So I just know that they need some help, especially during this economic climate. Everybody's working.
Yeah, we can work on that with Catherine. Catherine has a comment to make on that.
I was just going to say thank you for that feedback, Councillor Stratford. We are still, we regard it as a system of continuous improvement. So all of this feedback I take in, we're looking at trying to make things as easy as possible. That is one of the forms that I will be reviewing, hopefully in the next 6 months, so that for the start of next year, it's as simple as possible, and I've got guidelines if people are having issues with it. And yeah, so thank you for that feedback.
Yeah, great. And Catherine has actually put on the chat column there a link to the Rural Travel Fund through Council's website there, if you want to take note of that. And probably a good opportunity to say too that we could play an active part in our subdivision role areas, getting the word out there for the next round, which closes on the 9th of September. So that's a PR move as board members that we could make to encourage people, and like Kelly said, to assist if necessary, those with the skills to help the forever never-ending volunteers, which is what most of our communities are based on. Dave, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Great points. I just wondered what other council staff, so is it the community development team, do they get involved with working out to those schools as well?
Through the chair, I'm part of the community development team, so yes, they don't go out necessarily to the school, but I do get them to share it out through contacts that they have as well.
Thank you.
Right, Kelly, was there any more questions from you? Okay, Manawai, you there? We lost you.
I'm here. I'm totally here. I'm saving my video sharing for when it really matters on voting, Whānau.
That's fun. Best till last.
Yeah, thank you for the preparation of this report. I had a question around one of the applications which was applying from Kaiko here outside of our ward, but that was answered by Catherine through and over the email. So I'm quite happy to go ahead, Whānau.
Right, okay. And Lane, you had, is that all your questions? You're all right, Manawai?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, then Lane, you wanted to ask something additional?
I did. It actually got asked. I'll just take a couple of moments. Cheryl, thank you very much for your time and for what you do for this community. I appreciate it. And Catherine, it's an interesting observation. Just to support or maybe argue with Kelly a little bit. I'm on a club committee, and I literally went to them and said, "There's the fund. I know the people, obviously. There's the piece of paper. Fill it out." And did they fill it out? No. So I sometimes congratulate you on getting the ones you get. And Madam Chairman, thank you.
Okay, that's great. So I'm going to put that original recommendation with those A to F to the vote. So we have moved by Bruce, seconded by Lane. And Casey's going to bring up the little boxes, and I am in support.
Madam Chair, can I just ask if we're able to propose amendments to the figures?
You can do, but the funding has been allocated fairly and squarely, and should there be any, Cheryl can comment on this, but should there be any reduction in any of the allocated amounts, I guess she would have to have very good reason to do so when it's been done on a fair, equitable criteria. So Cheryl, what would happen to that additional money? Would that be lost or go into the next round should anything be reduced?
Yes, well, Madam Chair, mine are just recommendations to bring to the board, like at the end of the day, the board members vote. But any money what is left over, hopefully does get kept, but you wouldn't want to keep money.
No.
To be frank, like, it will have to be a very good reason why you're not giving out all the money in the winter round.
Yes.
That is just mine.
Yeah, and it also may be seen in the future that that the fund could be reduced because the monies would not be required in our district, which would also be a shame, I guess, to see our ward affected by the sports. Manuela, you would like to comment?
Yes, can I just quickly ask why Kaikoui Football Club is on our board to be given out money?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Manawai raised that, and
Do you want me to answer that?
Catherine? Yeah.
Why that is because the players that we've applied for who play for Kaikoui actually reside in the Eastern Ward.
Yes.
So that
okay, shows it's a good club, eh? Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions, Manuela?
No, that's all. Thanks, Cheryl.
Right, and Catherine, you wanted to add to that?
I was just going to say we basically sit there and work out how many children will be benefiting for each one, because they'll say they've got 150 or whatever. It works out to about $13 a child for the whole season, so it's not a huge amount. And so we then sit there going, well, okay, if we've got $13 a kid, this is how we'll try and make it fair across all of them. So that's just one of the ways we try and make it fair.
Thank you. Dave?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I hadn't quite finished what I was explaining, so I put the question up in the chat. Cheryl, I was just wanting to know not to reduce the overall money that we're going to allocate, but actually to propose that we actually, say, gave Russell School $1,000 and cut back the Kirikiri High School budget, given that looking at the financials from Kirikiri, where they have $1.1 million in overseas students coming in, to be equitable about it, Russell School would certainly deserve more funding than Kirikiri. So whilst I'm in support of us allocating the overall budget that you've come to us with, I'd like to propose that we allocate more money to the Russell School and to make that up to the $1,000 and to reduce the Kirikiri High School money by an according amount. Looking at the budgets for the two schools, there's a huge difference in the financials, and I think it would be a more equitable solution for us to give a little bit more, acknowledging that Russell School does have to cross the water and what have you. So that's the tenor of what I was proposing, Madam Chair.
Can I?
Thanks, Dave. Aisha would like to comment on that.
Kelly.
Thanks. I'm happy to for Kelly to speak first.
Okay.
I just noted that the financials we received aren't up to date for Kiri High, and they don't get a lot of public funding. It's not comparing apples with apples, Russell School versus Kiri, and their international students. They do have some here that stayed during COVID, but a bulk of them did return home. So, and also there's two events at least that Russell School have already attended, and we don't, this policy doesn't cover retrospective spending. So I'm happy with the 800 and something to stay where it is at for Russell, and that they apply in the next round, which I think the next round there'll be more school events anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that input, Kelly. Manuela.
Just because you're talking about Russell, and that's where I come from, is that as I've been sitting in on the committee of the Russell Sports Club, and they had the same problem as, being overseas and having to travel on the ferry. So I encouraged them to approach Great Sites and see if they will give them a fund to take the kids across on the ferry for either for free or reduced price, and they were successful. So maybe that's something we can bring to the Russell School. I actually think they do have a card to get cheaper crossings on the ferry. So, we are on the other side, but that's where we are. It's just part of our life. So yeah, but there might be something we can put to Russell School too. And it seems like Great Sites has come to the game quite nicely, which is refreshing to see.
Yeah, lovely.
Madam Chair.
Thanks for that. Aisha's had her hand up for quite a while.
So I just wanted to, in the interest of transparency, I wasn't sure if all of the members were aware of the process that Cheryl goes through to bring these recommendations to you, and her interests in the Kaikoui Club in particular. So I wondered if she wanted to explain that process for you. And then in response to Member Hookway, if he feels strongly that some of the amounts should be adjusted, then he just needs to move it as an amendment to change a certain figure to or swap figures. And then if that's supported by the other members, then it can be seconded and put to the vote as a formal amendment.
Thank you. Lane, you just had a question before we go back to...
Just a comment with Dave's thing. Some of you will be aware that I spent 6 years on the board at the Kirikiri High School, all of those as chairman of the finance committee. And I can assure you that there's the amount of money available at the high school, in some cases, is far less than some of the lower decile primary schools. So if you wanted to move the money around, fine, but I'd be wary of making the judgment with international students. It wouldn't quite be fair and equitable. So, Dave, I don't mean to argue with you, but there may well be a case for shuffling money, but that's not it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Cheryl, just to wrap up and explain the devil in the detail, which I think you have done quite well so far, and with these applications, with regard inequities or shifting of funding around. If you'd just like to sum that up, please, that would be great.
Yeah, well, just basically what Catherine has said and what Dave has. So sorry, Dave, I misinterpreted what you were meaning by that. But it is that it is up to you. Lastly, if you want to shift it around to give more to others, it's totally up to you. But we've got to be seen to spend all the money. So
yes.
Yeah, and what Aisha was saying, because. Conflict of interest, I should have said at the beginning of the meeting, I'm sorry, that I'm actually the president of the Rugby Football and Sports Club, so I should have put that on the table before I spoke, so sorry about that.
Not a problem. I think most of us know that you're very active over there.
But just to have it on the record so there's no...
Yeah, true. Thank you. It's all about transparency.
But what Aisha was trying to say was that there's a process outside of your selection that makes it not a conflict.
Yes. Pretty involved, complex.
Yes, and now, through the chair, it goes up above Cheryl's head, so her bosses see everything as well. So it's not just her going, I'm going to give all my mates the money.
Sure. Okay, so any more questions for Cheryl or discussion on that one before I go back to Dave? No, all good. So Dave, bearing that discussion in mind, do you want to stick with the recommendation or you want to put an amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to address the members' comments that I'd only use the overseas students as an example, but there's actually quite a lot more financial details shown around the fundraising or what have you. I guess in this particular instance, the fact that Kirikiri High School has its vehicles and that the Russell School is reliant on hireage of vehicles to get to places, it is my proposal that we do give the Russell School the $1,000 they applied for and amend accordingly the Kirikiri High School amount to $1,612.22, thereby not changing the overall budgeted amount that's been recommended.
So you want to put that amendment?
I would like to put the amendment.
For that amendment of Dave's? If you could put your mics on, because I've lost your pictures. Yes, you can stay. Okay. I'm letting you.
So
No second to Dave?
Apparently not.
So that's going to lapse for want of a seconder. So we'll go back to the original recommendation and vote on that, which was moved by Bruce and seconded by Lane. Manuela, would you like to vote, please?
Yes, thank you.
Frank?
In favour.
Manawai?
Except
Manawai? Kelly?
Aye.
Dave?
Yep.
Rachel? Aye. And myself, yes. So that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, Cheryl, for that. Great report as usual, and we know a lot of work goes into it. And thank you, Catherine, for your input. While we're at it, we will move to 7.9, the Rural Travel Funding Projects Reports. It's on page 112. While Cheryl's still with us, are you still there, Cheryl?
Just about to hit the goodbye button. Yes, I'm still here.
Just receiving some reports that you may or may not have seen anyway. Just sort of if there's any queries, you'd probably be in a position to answer them. But we will move the recommendation. Oh, I've got a low battery now. Yeah. That the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board note the Rural Travel Fund projects reports from Bay of Islands Swimming Club Incorporated, the Green Bay Swimming Club, C Kitty Kitty Gymnastics 1/2, and D Kitty Kitty Gymnastics 2/2, North Wave Swim Club, Russell Soccer and Netball, and Kitty Kitty, no, and Northland Inline Skating Stingrays. I so move. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that, Madam Chairman.
Lane here. If you just bear with us a moment, and Casey will just get you. So moved by me, seconded by Lane here. We'll vote. Manuela?
Yep, all good, thank you.
Dave?
Yep.
Bruce?
Aye.
Frank?
Yep.
Rachel? Aye. Kelly?
Aye.
And Manu, aye.
Aye.
Carrie, did I miss Dave?
I said yes.
Okay, so that's carried. Any discussion around those reports?
See you, Cheryl.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Cheerio.
Thank you so much for all your hard work and input and summarising those for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for pushing me forward.
No problem. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ka kite.
Ka kite.
Now we're going to go back to page 53 to our funding applications. So we have here a recommendation that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board A approves the sum of 1,882 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to the Bay of Islands Canine Association for costs towards community dog training classes to support the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and secondly, proud, vibrant communities. B, approves the sum of $1,000 plus GST if applicable be paid.
Can't hear you. Catherine.
We're not sure it's us.
I think it was Catherine.
It's
yeah, I've just muted Catherine. I think you're right now.
Okay. Okay.
I totally thought that was me.
So B approves $5,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Life Education Trust for cost towards refurbishment of of the mobile classroom to support the following outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. The third application, C, approves the sum of $2,496 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Tauhuri Films for costs towards short film screenings to support the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. And finally, D, approves the sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Volunteering Northland for costs toward their volunteer centre, recruitment and promotion to support the following community outcomes: proud, vibrant communities, communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable. We will work through these individually, but to get it on the table, do I have a mover?
I'll move, Madam Chairman.
Kelly?
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you.
I got Kelly out of that. Thank you. Now we'll move firstly to page 58, which is the K9.
Madam Chair, can I just confirm the amount of unallocated funding?
Yes, on page.
Because when we passed the statement, it said we had 14,370.
So
You approve all of these, Madam Chairman. I think you're just about going to do the budget, aren't you?
no, I think we should work through these first, Manawai, because we do have some funds that have not been uplifted, and we're not going to take that into account. We're going to deal with the applications that are on the table. We have one outstanding application that was carried over from our last meeting, and you've got your balance of funds there on page. Give you what's stated, Manawai, page 47, which is $14,370.09. Bearing in mind,
oh, sorry,
that so that is in the community balance, community fund account balance as at 30th of April, and we have those 5 that outstanding that have not been uplifted, which we will revisit as our end of financial year balance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, excuse me, sorry. I just wanted to check on under 7.6, the funding applications. In the executive summary, it says 14,990. Is there a reason for that difference?
You're talking about the total requested?
In the executive summary, it says the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board has $14,990 unallocated funding. I just wanted to understand what the difference was.
So
it's on page 53.
Yes, I'm not sure what the discrepancy is here. I'd say it's a typo.
Okay.
Can you inform us on what the difference is between that? No. Catherine?
The figure that is in my report is based on what I was advised was left from the last meeting with all the decisions. I'm not quite sure why finance has come back with a different figure. I had that happen with another board as well, and of course I don't see the finance reports before I write my report, so I actually need to have a conversation with the finance department and go, what's happening? I'm hoping that from the next financial year, which will be your next meeting, we can make sure everything is completely on track, because obviously there is some discrepancy there and I don't know what it is. I know that we had $500 come back from Dynamo Events, who were doing the cycling tour of Northland, which got called off, but that should be accounted in there already. So I don't know what the difference is.
Okay, thanks for that, Kath.
Thank you.
Manawai is not complaining at us having another 600.
No.
But thank you for pointing that out, Manawai. I did get a little confused when I saw the amount requested because it was so close to the amount of our funds. Frank, you have a question? Do you want to unmute, Frank? Did you have a question?
Sorry. No, just these, the funds we have are on a financial year basis. What happens if we don't spend everything that we've got in front of us at the moment? Does that amount carry over to the next financial year, or is it lost?
Through the chair, usually it would be lost, but because of COVID-19, the finance department has said that we can carry over the funds to the new financial year. But that is an exceptional one. That is not the usual way that things work, but because of COVID-19, the decision has been made to roll over any funds that are not expended by the 30th of June 2020.
Okay, my reason for the question is what we have been finding is we don't have enough money with these applications when they come in. And my issue was, if there are some things on the list today that we're not 100% enthusiastic about, would that money be available for us next year for courses we might feel are more worthy? And you've answered the question and I'm happy. Thank you.
Is our chair speaking? Can't hear her.
Actually, looks like maybe they've dropped off.
Oh no, Manawa, you're up.
I'm in this room when someone else's Wi-Fi is not working. This is awesome. Okay, I actually can't see who had their hand up, Manu. So.
Dave's got his hand up.
Just going down, sorry.
Belinda's just rejoining. I can hear her. She sounds like she's
me too. I
Oh,
can hear
you had it for 5 minutes.
I had great internet too.
Sorry, we've just gone down here, so we're just laughing because we don't have a plan for this. Okay.
We did. Manawa was going to step in.
Well, Kelly did.
The member Hokway's had his hand up for a while, so I think he was gearing up to speak. If we just continue with that while everyone recomposes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we're not quite sure why we're not charging. So you can carry on with the discussion. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we considered this at our last meeting, it was noted that the Taihuri Films application wasn't completed and we were waiting on signatures or something. In this agenda, there is even the rest of the information supporting the application is not included.
So Dave, we're going to work through these one by one, starting off with the Bay of Islands Canine Association, and we can address each one as we go. So we've moved, Lane's moved, Kelly's seconded. So if we move on to page 58 to the application for the Bay of Islands Canine Association, you'll note that they've applied for 3,764 and the recommendation is for 1,882.
Through the chair, I will say they did also go to the Kaikoui Hokianga Community Board, so we split it between the two.
I see that. Thanks, Catherine. Right, so any discussion on this? Do we want to go through alphabetically, seeing as I've only got 3 of you and myself there? Lane, any questions related?
Kelly's got her physical hand up and Member Wells has her virtual hand up.
Okay, so we've got Kelly.
Thank you. I'm wishing to support this application. I know that the reason that the venue is at the Kaikoui AMP grounds, they have tried using a venue near Kawakawa and one at the Kirikiri netball rugby grounds, and they're just not suitable because of lighting and especially this time of the year with shorter days. So the venue that they've got is going to work really well for them. They've already trialed some, and yeah, it's great to have it accessible to all, to be able to get good. It's not the dogs, it's the owners that need the education, and here's an opportunity for our community board to support this initiative.
Thanks, Kelly. Do you know much about the organisation? I know they haven't applied anywhere else. They've made no attempts to apply anywhere else. Do you know?
I know the lady that runs it, Jill. So she's umbrellaed by the Bay of Islands Canine Association, but the Bay of Islands Canine Association doesn't, like, this isn't their primary business. Who's thanks. It's not their primary business, you know, or service. This is going beyond. This is more a social arm of the association. So whilst they have, you know, funding for their various things that they do, that's a different chunk of the north that, you know, people with purebreds and stuff are mainly under that. So this arm is more about for everyone to be able to access. So and I know a number of people that I mean, I've been a customer of theirs with my reaction aggression dog, and it's helped us. And I know another lady that took in a rescue, and her dog now sits and doesn't run off down the road. Does that answer your question, Belinda?
Yeah, thank you. I just thought you might, being involved, you might have known what, you know, more about them and why they've just come straight to the board and not attempted to find funds, or who they were working under. But thank you. Yeah, under the umbrella.
So yeah, I think it's coming to the board more because of the trickiness of where it is, the fact that it's just starting out,
Yes.
and yeah, so that'd be why.
Thanks, Kelly. Catherine.
Member Wells had a question first. I'm happy to go after her if that helps.
Manuai, you did.
Some of the questions that I had raised over email around how often they run the CGC training, 7-week CGC. Really good to receive that by and
sorry, we've lost
there's an accessibility about it. They've made.
Sorry, we didn't get any of that, Manuai. We're losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yes.
Yeah, I do. That
Perhaps you could type it. And we're losing you. Sorry, Manuai.
Okay.
We'll just go to Lane. He has his hand up. We'll come back to you.
I do note, though, following Councillor Stafford's comments, this application is from the Bay of Islands Canine Association. So we're funding the BOI Canine Association for some separate activity that they're doing. I've owned a number of dogs and I've always got them to sit on my own. So it just seems to me a little expensive, but that's just my comment. I would probably vote for an amendment to cut it down to $900.
Thanks, Frank. Frank's had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not really familiar with this organisation, but I am familiar with the fact that we have huge pressure on our funds, and I guess I'm curious to know how effective this organisation is considered to be in the work that we're funding, and what's the positive contribution we can see being made to the community by us assisting fund such an organisation.
Good point, Frank. Thank you. Did you have any questions in relation to the application?
Not specifically relating to the application, but more a question of principle. And believe me, I'm a dog. I've always had rescue dogs, and a bit like Lane. Yes, they're a bit of hard work, but you put the effort in and you get the results. And I just have a question in my own mind whether this is an appropriate way for us to spend what is not a considerable sum of money.
Okay, right, thank you. Now, Manawai has actually typed here. Can you hear us now, Manawai?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right, okay, so you might want to speak while you can.
So thank you for sending the information through about the 7-week CGC courses, the training and the frequency. I just wanted to raise, does the policy cover conference attendance? Does our community grant funding policy?
No, it actually doesn't. It's an exclusion along with salaries and wages and other things in our policy, but in the past, it's been very interesting. Previous boards have actually funded applications that had conference fees in them, and also training and workshop fees and facilitators fees. So Catherine will probably speak a little bit more broader on that, but I probably get my hands slapped because I dare say it would be a no, but in saying that, I'm well aware of people that have expertise of putting together these applications, that often these fees are in there, and unless we actually tag what we fund, then it can be actually lost in the pot of gold and spent on conference fees and things, and not picked up and down the track in the reports when they finish the event. So Catherine, you would want to talk to that?
Absolutely. So I'll put my hand down now because I can address a lot of those issues. Now, I did speak with Jill Northcote this morning. They said the conference is unlikely to go ahead at this stage anyway. So if you were to take that off or make a directive that any funding given to them was not to be used for the conference, that's your prerogative as well. Hopefully you all saw the response I sent out this morning answering Manawai's question. When I was talking with Jill, she said, ostensibly the courses are 7 weeks, but sometimes they're smaller groups or the dogs are better behaved, so they can get through them in 6. So that's why there might be a little bit of discrepancy in the length of time. What I would add is that this is what we would call a level 1 course. So the dog owners that come to this ostensibly have some control over their dogs already. I understand where the members are coming from that say, well, I've always been able to teach my dog to sit and stay and all that. In a lot of our communities, we don't have that history of dog control and training, particularly in Kaikoui. And so behind this, we being our dog unit and district services team and community development are actually trying to work with the Bay of Islands Canine Association, who are supported by the New Zealand Canine Association. So there is the courses they're running are actually nationally recognised. We're trying to set up what we call a level 0 course on the back of Ngakuri Au Au, which was the dog chipping programs that we ran and dog days, so that we can get some dog owners in, and we're looking at doing things like getting your dog to sit, getting your dog to come when you call it, and things like that. So there is that happening in the background as well. This is the next level on, it's level 1. Effectively, it's you're finally on the step, you're not just running around the backyard. And now, what was the other part? Because I'm trying to remember all of the questions that people were coming in with. One of the things is I talked to her this morning about the next course she's looking to run, and she said she's already got 8 people signed up for it. And the majority of those actually come from the Bay of Islands ward going over to Kaikoui, because at the moment in the Bay of Islands ward, they have not been able to find an all-weather venue that is suitable for this, particularly coming into winter where they need some shelter. They can't just use the parks and domains, because they find they have other dog owners walking their dogs past on leashes that distract the ones that you're trying to train, or you have some lovely members of our community who think it's fun to try and distract the dogs, so they kind of need to be somewhere away. One of the benefits of this venue is that although it seems a little way out of Kaikoai, it's about a, I want to say 3-4 maybe kilometre walk to get to it. They have actually had dog owners who are keen to participate walk from Kaikoai to the venue because they don't have their own transport as well. So there's a lot of things that are being worked on in the background in association with this. Quite frankly, council on its own does not have the people or the resources to be able to run these training courses ourselves, and it makes sense to get people who do this for a living, who know what the heck they're talking about and doing it properly, to, if they're going to step up and say, hey, we can do this, to let them and support them in it. So did that answer everyone's questions?
Very, very emotive. Madam Chairman, could we just suggest it be funded out of dog licensing if it's a council project?
We'll come to you later. Thank you, Catherine. That was very informative. We now have Rachel.
Thank you. Firstly, Catherine, I'd really like to commend your commitment to this role. It is incredibly refreshing to see how driven you are to work on those relationships with our community to make sure that we're getting outcomes for this funding. It continuously blows me away, so thank you. I guess my question was around the Kaikoai Hokianga Community Board and whether or not they granted funds to this. So this is a two-part question.
Yes, they granted $1,500 towards this.
Great, that's excellent news. I think in response to a couple of the comments that have been made, as a district, responsible dog ownership is something that is very challenged and does cost the ratepayer financially, but also from a wellbeing point of view as well. So I personally think that anything that we can be doing to support the community to do fantastic initiatives such as this to encourage responsible dog ownership, I think is really great. I guess the point that I was wanting to make was around the accessibility. I recognise that venues are a real challenge. So for me, I'd really love to see some of our funding going towards ensuring as many people from our ward as possible can access that venue, taking into account that there was a grant from the Kaikoai Hokianga Board. I guess I'm asking for a gauge from you, Catherine, as to whether you think it would be acceptable for us to potentially request that they peg some of that funding to assist the travel, or whether there's a way that we can do that?
Some of this funding, they're looking at running the actual classes themselves for free. It would usually cost between $20 and $60 for someone to attend these classes. I think they said per class, which is a huge burden on the community. So part of why they're asking for this money is to try and reduce that down, and the only requirement for those attending is to become a member, which is, I think they said $20 or $25 a year. I see this as a bit of a, if we build it, they will come kind of project, in terms of we are, like I say, we're working on this stuff in the background, that we're trying to get people along, and we'll be getting those who attended our Ngākuri Awa days to come along to that, particularly ones that have been identified by our rangers. You could make the tag. I mean, the biggest problem we have is that although they are going to be charging or they're trying to use this to cover their mileage and costs like that, a lot of what they're doing is actually free. So there is a large amount of the volunteerism from this group themselves. That's partly why they've come to us, because they have been running these classes and they've got to the stage now where they went, we can't afford to do it on our own anymore. I am working on ideas for them on where else we might be able to access some funding. I believe Councillor Stratford was about to make the point that we can't take this from our dog fees, because that money is already committed in different areas, and we can't just pull it and use it somewhere else. But did that answer the question, or did I just talk all around it? Okay.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel. Anything else? You done, Rachel? Thank you. Now we have Manuela.
I can't.
You there, Manuela?
Yes, I am, but it's not working.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
You can hear me? This is swearing and all. Okay. I just wanted to ask you, Catherine, how are you going to attract the so-called bad dog owners to come and join this program? Because that's who we aim for. And these people usually are the people that neglect their dogs, don't train them, don't pay their fees and all that. So all the good people with all the good dogs probably don't need what you're supporting, but I'm intrigued to know how we're getting the people that actually need the training to these trainings.
Now, as I said, this is the level 1, so this is when you're on the step. We're looking at when we get the level 0, as I'm referring to it, one up and running. That will be those that have been referred by our dog rangers because they've got dogs that have been reported for whatever reason.
Okay.
Those who've attended Ngakuri Ao. It's I said it before. It's that if we build it, they will come. It's a case of once we get started. I think it will grow in some ways organically. I was talking with Jill and she said she was somewhere in a park and she was doing a demonstration and someone said, well, how do you get your dog to do that? And she said, what? Sit beside you without running off all the time. Come when you call it. So that was over in Kaikoui. And there is a desire in some elements of our community to improve. For those who reject authority, I suspect there will become more community pressure to take advantage of the opportunities that are being offered. As I say, these level 0 classes that we're looking at, we are looking to fully fund those if at all possible. But like I say, I can't really say much on that at the moment because it is still in the development and we're still trying to get it all together, but we've definitely got community and council will working on that together.
Sounds like we're part of a big plan, Catherine. Thank you. I've had
Fingers crossed.
Hey, I'm up. Yeah, thanks for the discussion. I was completely at sea when I first looked at this, but I appreciate your discussion, especially yours, Catherine. Yes, I think we do have a major problem in the whole area. People not training their dogs and my wayward Labradors, that sort of thing. I'm amused at yours, Kelly, that you've obviously got control of your Rotti at long last. You did say it was the owners who are at fault, so yeah, I'm glad they've got you trained. Yeah. But we do have to start somewhere, and there is a big problem. I don't think that there's enough, the money coming in from registrations, that is another issue. I do think, well, I don't think our dog policy is up to scratch. I know of a heap of dogs who are not registered, especially pig hunters and farmers, because of the difficulties of dogs coming and going, just the logistics of it. And I don't think the dog policy has covered that one at all. We do need to, we're missing out on getting a whole lot of funding from that. And in saying that, I shot one last week. This dog had ranged over 3 different properties and slaughtered a huge number of sheep and goats. And I was the lucky one who managed to put the bloody bullet in it. And I felt good for that, but I felt terrible for the poor animals which it was slaughtered. And I mean, that's going down to the other extreme. Whereas it doesn't matter what dog you've got, when they get mixed up with others, they will go off and worry. So if we're encouraging anything to do with training of these dogs and their owners, I think it's a responsible thing to go. And you know, I'd like to support this one. I think it's they're on the right track. So yeah.
Right, now we have Asha. Thanks, Bruce.
Sorry, at the risk of adding to the debate, this has been quite a lengthy discussion. I just wanted to point out as well that the Kaikoui Community Board, when they allocated some funding, also passed a motion that they'd like to see council work more closely with the Canine Association to help encourage responsible dog owners to participate in these types of courses. Council has a level of responsibility over the environment as well as the community to protect them from dogs. So it's a big part of it, but there is definitely a greater challenge to get those irresponsible or the dog owners who just are a little bit oblivious to what could happen to participate in the process too. But if there's a partnership, then I think we're definitely on the right track.
Thanks for that, Aisha, and that's good to hear. Frank, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an observation. I've felt for many, many years we should license dog owners, not the dogs.
I'm sure that's the sentiments of many. Right, anyone else? Frank, hand still up?
No.
Question? No. Any more comments in relation to this? Gosh, do you think we'll be giving them thousands of dollars? Okay, very interesting and emotive topic. So we have here the recommendation for $1,882. And if we were to take the conference fee off, which is $150, it would be $1,732. So I'm going to move the recommendation as it stands I'm going to put it for somebody to move. There we are.
So
that the sum approved is $1,882. Are we happy with that, or would we like to remove the conference fees, which would make it $1,732?
I'm happy with it. I'll move it.
And that was
Dave.
Madam Chair, we've got that the motion's been moved and seconded by Lane and Kelly. Was that for this particular one or for the whole?
So, no, that's just this particular one by Lane. All the recommendations from A to D were moved by Lane and Kelly to get them on the table. And now we have an amendment to A of $1,732, moved by Dave Hookway. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second.
That was
Manuai.
Manuai, thank you. No further discussion, I'll put that to the vote.
So, excuse me, sorry, one moment here. So this one.
So moved by Dave Hookway, seconded by Manuai Wells. And I'll ask Lane, how do you move? Lane?
Sorry, 17.
It's okay. 1732.
Against, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Manuela?
I'm against it too.
Bruce?
Yes.
Frank? How do you vote, Frank?
Against.
Against. Manuai's in support. Kelly?
For.
Dave Hookway moved it, he's in support. Rachel?
For.
So that has been,
and you are.
And I'm for.
For the money.
Okay, so that amendment becomes a substantive motion for $1,732 carried. Now we move on to B, which is the Life Education Trust. Now, for $5,000, I would expect them to be here to speak to this. However, they are not a new applicant to the board. They have applied for many years to this board and previous, actually not this board, haven't applied in this financial year, to previous boards, predominantly for operational expenses and marketing and advertising toward the operation of Herald Giraffe, is it?
Yeah.
This time around, they are looking at the total refurbishment of their mobile classroom. I'm not sure whether there's any questions that they could answer that we might have. I'm happy to let this lie on the table, or I'm also happy to have a discussion around this one, bearing in mind it's a completely different application that we've received from them compared to previous years. So I just want to get a feeling as to whether or not you're happy to let this lie on the table. So can we just go through and get a show of hands or a sign of Casey's going to be with us in a minute? I'd just like to know whether you're happy to move on and discuss this and vote on this in the absence of the speaker.
Madam Chairman, I think our policy is that if it's over, was it 3,000, there has to be someone to speak to it?
Yeah.
It's at the discretion of the chair, so we don't have to have them here to speak. We're all familiar with what they do. I assume if there anybody that isn't, please message me. I'm just wanting to know whether you want to put this on the table and discuss it. It's there as a recommendation. We can carry it over. We can have the discussion. How do you feel, Lane? Yes or no?
I'd let it lie on the table. Quite happy to do that.
Manuela?
Fine with whatever, to go ahead with it.
Okay, Dave?
So I'm happy to go ahead.
Sorry?
Yes, I'm happy to go ahead.
Sorry. Bruce? Unmute. He's happy to go ahead. Frank?
I'm happy to go ahead.
Rachel?
Happy to go ahead.
Kelly?
Yep, happy to go ahead.
And Manawai?
Yeah, I'm happy to go ahead.
Okay, so on that note, we have a majority happy to discuss this. Lane is the only one opposed. So we have the recommendation as it stands for $5,000 for the Life Education Trust for the refurbishment of their Herald bus. Now for the discussion. Oh, just before we start, Catherine, are you able to inform me whether or not the pending application funds on page 68 were successful?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
afraid I don't know. I do know that they have will be applying to Kaipara as well. Whangaroa has its own life education trust, so this particular education mobile does not go to the Whangaroa district, but it does deal with the far north and Kaipara.
Thank you. Manawai.
Yes, kia ora through the chair. Do we know how much they are applying to Kaipara for?
No, I'm afraid I do not.
Thank you, that was my question.
Yeah, they will also be applying to the Tihiku and Kaiko'i Hokianga community boards as well.
Thank you.
Kelly, do you want to comment?
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to support Harold the Giraffe and the Life Education Trust. I'm finding the information attached a little lacking, but I do know that they come to both Kawakawa and Karitu schools, and my children have a long association with Harold the Giraffe and at all ages. And yeah, it's providing education at a accessible level, like one of the schools doesn't get as much, or did it? Yeah, it doesn't. It's reduced. It doesn't get as much funding as the other school, and it's still something that we can bring into our school.
Thanks for that, Kelly. Anybody else have any comments to make? Rachel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, and I think it's just further to Kelly's point. I remember the last time they came to us, we held concerns about the number of schools that they were visiting in our ward seemed to be decreasing. To Councillor Stratford's point that they visit both Kawakawa and Karatu School, which isn't on the schedule, I find that interesting. So I guess I hold some hope with that, because I noted that there were only 8 schools in our ward booked down to be visited this time, which from memory is less than last time as well. So while I support it in principle, I think perhaps there may be opportunity for us to reiterate the messaging to them to try and ensure that they are capturing as many schools in our ward as possible. I'm not sure what their process is for identifying schools, but I'd hate to see that number continue to decline.
Thank you. Manuela.
Can I just ask, please, if the schools have to pay a fee for the truck to turn up?
I can't answer that one. Kelly, you? No, Catherine?
Yeah, they do. It's in the report as well. It's a nominal fee per child, and the school pays it in general. I don't know if all the schools do, but the 2 schools that I'm involved with here, they pay it.
I remember from way back when my kids were little that the parents had to pay for it in Opua, but that might be school dependent and that might have changed. So yep, that's all good. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
No other discussion? Everybody knows Harold? Well, I'm happy to put this to the vote in the absence of somebody to answer any questions. I would imagine we could add, if they were successful with their other funding applications, that any surplus be returned to the Community Board Fund. How would you think that sat, Catherine?
I think that's more than fair. And I think they would be fine with that as well.
Right, so I'm going to put that recommendation for the Life Education Trust Far North, $5,000. And somebody like to move that?
Madam Chair, just a point. We've actually moved the resolution as a whole resolution. We amended the first amount. Yes. We're not choosing to amend this amount. Is there a need for a motion?
Possibly. I just wanted to add to the recommendation and the amount that if the 2 amounts of funding still pending in the application form from the New Zealand Community Trust and the, gosh, I'm struggling to read the person's writing, and the Community Trust? There's 2 funding sources they've applied to that they haven't received a response from, and the amount totals $30,000. So I just wanted to add the rider that if you're happy to leave it out, fine, but I just thought if they were successful in that, it may mean that they don't require as much money and that any surplus would be returned to the Community Board Fund. That's what I'm asking for a mover on, Frank.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that in principle. I'm just trying to think how you would word such a motion. I mean, how do you determine, or how would you determine, or how would they determine when they've got more money than they thought they needed?
taken into account in their budget that $15,000 and the money from us, and they are successful, then they will not be returning anything, but if they have done in their budget. So I have no idea how their budget works and how many. This is only what they've put in for our board as to where they've applied to. I assume they've done the same for the Kaikohe Hokianga board as well. They've been successful in one of their applications to the AK Franks Charitable Trust, but the other two they haven't actually heard from. I think in these tough times with the way things are, it may be that they require every cent they can get, but if they're successful all round, they may be able to return some. It's really just
in a sense, you would be saying we would become the lender of last resort.
No, if they were successful with their funding applications and didn't require as much, then they would not get the full 5,000. They would return it. I'm happy to leave it out if you just want to ignore it.
No, I'm comfortable with what you're saying. I'm just trying to work out how you could make that work from a practical point of view. I mean, are we saying to them, if you get the money you asked for somewhere else, then we want our amount reduced?
If they didn't require, if they were successful in all their funding applications, and we only have 3 in front of us, if they were successful applying to the trusts that they have applied to and didn't require the funds, that any surplus would be returned.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, and I'm conscious as well that Member Hookway's had his hand raised long before I signalled a desire to speak, but I'm just not sure that you need a motion to this effect, and feel free to maybe Catherine jump in, but I'm pretty sure that the policy already gives you that opportunity that if they do have surplus funds that it will be returned,
Yes.
and then that leaves the applicant the discretion depending on what their other funding partners say, as because they might have really strict terms that they have to adhere to with their other partners, so then that gives them flexibility in how they allocate any of the grant monies they receive. But if they do fundraise or they come under budget, then definitely any funds that are surplus should be returned, but they would need to pick and choose depending on their other partner agreements who they return it to and how they go about doing that.
Sure, thanks for that input, Aisha. Okay, so we'll leave it as it is. Dave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just understand that what Frank was asking was actually that, and it's a procedural thing, because I'd ask that we vote on each one of these, because I don't want to have to consider the amended amounts in the end. Is if I oppose money going to one of the parties, I'm going to be forced to have to vote against all of the amount. So I had requested at the beginning that we consider them each and that we vote on each amount.
So what we have done in the past, Dave, is that we receive all the recommendations and go through them individually. If there are any changes to them, then we amend them at the time. But we have voted on them individually. So we would still move and second that $5,000.
Essentially, aren't we then approving it on a line-by-line basis effectively?
Yes, we are. Yeah. We are effectively doing that, yes.
But then at the end of the day, we're going to have to only vote on all of them together, even if there's an amended amount.
We've voted to receive the recommendation of them all, but no, if there's an amended. So what we've been doing is doing them individually with a mover and seconder for each one, with the discussion being surrounding that application.
Madam Chair, just picking up on Dave's point, if we consider each one on a line-by-line basis and amend it or not amend it, then we end up with a final resolution where we have agreed each line item individually. So we're effectively, Dave, I think, achieving what you're trying to achieve.
So you just want to have, so Aisha, can you give us some guidance on that one, whether we can just
Yeah, quite happy to. So I guess if we go back to Casey's screen, which she doesn't need to bring up, but if we picture it, our original motion, which was moved and seconded, is basically just to receive the applications, and then you're going through each individual one. So you've agreed, which you moved an amendment, which you wouldn't have needed to change the first applicant's amount to a reduced amount, and then you go into, or you have moved and seconded the amount for Harold and the Life Education Trust, so you can put that to the vote and then it will be carried. Rather than going through and moving a motion or an amendment, you can just effectively treat them as a separate report or as a line-by-line item, as Frank explained, and then that gives any members the opportunity to vote against a particular allocation rather than voting against all of them when you may full-heartedly support one motion but not the others. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
So you don't want to vote on them individually, you want to vote on them in one block?
No, we have.
We have.
So yes, you will be voting on them individually.
Fine.
Yes, Madam Chairman, memory's not once what it was, but it seems to me we used to get these all individually.
Yes, we did.
We used to get all the funding. I think for me, what becomes a bit confusing is when we pass a motion with the numbers attached, rather than just tabling the request, is what we should be doing is tabling that report and then moving and passing each of the individual items, as quite frankly as we used to do. But that seems where the confusion is coming in, that we're actually dealing with numbers when we table the report, and maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we just table the applications from A, B, C, and D, and then following that we deal with the amounts of money. Anyway, it's just my view.
Yeah, so we used to do, as you say, we used to deal with them individually. Now we receive the recommendations as one in the report and then go through them separately.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, would it not be a good idea for us to request that each application be treated as a separate resolution and that we consider them all individually? That would then remove any confusion.
Yes, that's how we used to have it.
Madam Chair, I believe the reasoning for having that changed was a lot of it to do with cost to the ratepayer in terms of printing and processing time for staff as well. I think my interpretation of it is that we table the recommendation, and then each time we vote on something, that's effectively voting on an amendment, and then that becomes the substantive motion at the end. So it's not really any different to a process that we would go through with anything else as we proposed amendments. It's just that it's already there. That's just my interpretation of it. I'm personally in favour of cutting back on the paper and printing.
Yes, thanks, Rachel. Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Aisha, I agree with what she's put in the sentiment to consider each application. I don't support this application, and I will be voting against it. Then, if it becomes part of a resolution over all of them, then I'll be forced to have to vote against the whole resolution, and that's not my intention. My intention is to show my support or non-support for each of the funding applications.
Madam Chair, can I just make a point in response to Rachel? I wouldn't have thought having 3 resolutions instead of the one we've got is a huge amount of time, effort and printing involved. I mean, I'm not totally convinced of the logic, Rachel.
Yeah, Catherine.
In response to that, it used to be that every single application was a separate report. It wasn't just a separate resolution. I am happy to write reports so that you have multiple resolutions. I didn't used to do A, B's and C's. I was told that was how it needed to be. I am quite happy to make each one a separate resolution within the same report if that is what you would prefer. That doesn't bother me either way. Time-wise, it's not much of a difference to me either way either. So I can do that from the next report. That's not a problem at all.
Because Madam Chair, through the chair, the information would stay the same, would it not? Catherine?
Yes, it would. It would be all within the same report. It just means that you would have resolution and whatever it is, and then resolution, the next one, rather than having resolution A, resolution B, resolution C. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Thanks.
Yes.
Right, we thrashed that out. So, it is a little confusing. It struck us when we first changed over. We were all like, "Oh, what are we doing here? Are we accepting it all or not, or what?" So we'll work through for today the format that we have here in front of us. So we've got this. We're on to Be the Life Education Trust, and we were about to. I was asking for a mover. So long ago, I've almost forgotten. Like Kelly says, it must be lunchtime. Okay, so do I have a mover? Was that?
Yep.
I'll move.
Oh.
Did I have
second? Kelly.
Okay, Lane and Kelly second.
Madam Chair, can I just check what exactly it is that we are now voting on?
You're moving the recommendation as on the screen in front of you for B, approving the sum of $5,000 plus GST, if applicable, to be paid from the board's community fund into Life Education Trust for cost towards refurbishment of the mobile classroom to support the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. I have Lane move, Kelly second, and I will go to Manuela. How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Dave?
No.
Was that an aye?
No, that was a no.
Oh, it was a no. Bruce?
Yay.
Frank?
Yes.
Rachel?
Aye.
Kelly's a yes. Manawai?
Aye. Sorry, Casey, you're looking for the division box.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's okay. And I'm a yes. So we have Dave against. Do you want that recorded, Dave?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, because the vote's been taken by division, it will automatically be recorded as a vote against.
I'd like to enter the reason that I wasn't supporting the refurbishment, not the activities of the organisation.
Yes. Yes, go ahead, Dave.
So just what's being recorded there, that I'm not in support of the refurbishment. I do support the activities of the organisation.
Thank you. So that's carried.
So just to be clear though, we don't actually record reasons for voting in the minutes, but unless Dave's specifically asking us to add it in as a note, but if he doesn't, we've got the recording for people to refer back to, which will be published on the council's website, that people can get an understanding of why he's voted the way he has.
I would like it entered into the physical minutes if we can, please, Aisha.
We can do.
Thank you.
We'll tidy that up after the meeting.
Lovely, thank you. So can we get through two more before we have some lunch? Sure. So now we move on to Taihuri Films. Now you'll recall this application came to us at our last meeting some months ago, and there was a few questions surrounding it. Manuwai had some queries with regard to the $7 cost. Catherine, the amount being applied for is $2,496. Did you have any answers or feedback for Manuwai, please, with regard?
Yes, I did send that response through at the moment. Because they are Taihuri are hiring out the entire theatre for their screening, the cinema has said they can charge whatever entry fee they want. So there is no conflict with them charging $7 to go in and view the festival, or whatever they're calling it, screenings. I think Member Hookway was saying something earlier about signed documentation. We have had a slight issue with a little bit of COVID-19 getting in the way of getting documents to me, but we will ensure that if you decide to fund this, we will ensure that we have the signed documents as such. I know the last time this went through for your consideration, you were concerned that there was only one signature on it. I believe he covered that response in his letter that is attached, in that he is basically a one-man band at the moment. He's the sole director and only signatory for the entity. So there is only him to sign documents at this time.
Yeah. Thank you. I think also somebody on the board requested that he actually attend our next meeting, or be available to answer any questions, but they may have all been covered. Dave, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, no, I don't, because the rest of the funding application information wasn't included with this agenda. So I'm just wondering why that was the case. I know it has come back to us.
I think there was no funding application because this is a new venture. Is that correct, Catherine?
Come on, unmute. There we go.
My recollection is the local grant application form was filled in because it was what generated.
Yes.
I don't have it. Yeah.
I thought I had attached it in the supporting information, which you would have got as a separate document, so that it wasn't actually in the agenda, but it was. I have a funny feeling I put it in there. If I didn't, then that will be my fault, and I apologise profusely.
Okay, hang on. Won't be a second. I've got them in front of me, so I'll just check. Right. On that one. There are no financials in there, Catherine, that I can see.
Unmute again. Come on, unmute. Right, he did say in his letter that, and I'll go back to that.
Financial position.
That it was established in 2016, but has had no income with any basic administration expenses. So he doesn't have annual reports or anything that he could provide to us.
So basically that was a response we got from the spokesperson that came to our last meeting.
Yes, that was Jason.
Yes, was that it was a woman, it was his marketing lady or partner, or anyway, she said that there were no financials due to the fact that they were a new event. So any more discussion around this? Has everybody's queries been answered this time around?
Madam Chairman, I'm reading correctly here. Tihoku gave them $1,000. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Right. So we've got a sum of $2,496 here on the table. Do I have a mover to fund Taihuri Films towards the cost of the short film screening? Do I have a mover?
Is it possible to bring up the original application form? Just as a, to be transparent. It's not in the agenda this month. All that's there is the extra information, and I'm just trying to find it now myself, but I can't. There it is, from the 5th of March agenda.
I think it was quite skimpy from memory because of the fact that there was not a lot to put in it other than the cover letters that we've got on our agenda today.
Do we know if the Creative Communities application was successful for them?
Yes, it was. They, from memory, received about $3,000. It was either $2,500 or $3,000 towards the project.
We're just looking at the March agenda now. Just bear with us. Okay, can we share that screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Can you see that?
Yep, yep. Oh, it's gone now.
Oh,
there it is. Yep, can see it. Thank you. Yeah, I think that I had a lot of reservations at the March meeting because it is, you know, it's a sole person, a commercial enterprise applying for this funding. I still have concerns, but given the economic climate that we are in and the fact that this could assist 3 people with some employment, I am going to support it.
so can you see that now with the filled out application form for expenditure with their costs and the amount requested?
Mm-hmm.
So it does, I mean, it's well under 50%. It does meet that criteria. Are you, can everybody see that, what Casey's putting up there? So,
Madam Chairman,
yes,
could I move an amendment that we drop it to $1,000, the same as Te Huku?
you can. Do you have a seconder?
Yep.
I'd be happy to second that.
Me too.
Here's the motion.
So Lane has moved $1,000 for Taihuri Films towards the cost of making a short film, towards short film screening. Comes Rachel has seconded that. Any more discussion? I'll put the amendment.
I did have some discussion and I've had my hand up for.
Oh, sorry, I can't see your picture. Sorry, Dave. Yes, go.
So yeah, firstly, I wasn't in support of it. If we could have that money put up again. The first time we considered this, I was quite concerned about the professional fees and the advertising costs for was essentially one-off screenings and something that could be done pretty much for free on Facebook and what have you, rather than having to print up a number of resources and what have you. I'll take on board what Councillor Stratford has mentioned, and I was going to propose, but member is beating me to it then, that we revise the amount down. So with the $1,000, then I would be supportive of that.
Manuela, I think you had your hand up. Thank you, Dave.
Yes, I'm in the same boat. I don't think much changed from the last meeting where we were all really not happy with this. However, with $1,000, we probably can support it, but I'm still not convinced if it's helping the community much. That's all I have to say.
Catherine has just informed us too that they did receive a $2,500 from Creative Communities. So we have an amendment. I'll put this amendment. So it's moved $1,000 towards Taihuri Films by Lane, seconded by Rachel. Manuela, how do you vote?
I'll vote no.
Dave?
Come back to me, please.
How do you vote for the amendment of 1,000?
Can you come back to him?
I'll come back to him. Okay. Bruce?
Yes.
Yes. Frank?
Yes.
Rachel? You seconded it, so you're it. Kelly?
Aye.
Manawai?
Aye.
And I support too. So Dave?
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain?
I'm uncomfortable that all the information is still not there when the, you know, that we don't have that in the reports that we're receiving. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we have Manuela against and Dave Hookway abstaining. So that's carried. Thank you. So we now move on to the last funding application, Volunteering Northland, for the amount of $5,000. Page 76. This was interesting. I did request to council staff. Rachel Smith and I had a discussion, and I requested that staff advise me as to what involvement Volunteering Northland had, if any, through the COVID-19 period, so that we could look at, in the past, we haven't really, there's a lot of confidentiality surrounds quite a bit of these volunteer roles, and depending on what they're doing, and I felt that we needed some sort of indication as to how the Far North District, and in particular the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa board, was benefiting, because I'm aware in my community, as most of you are in your communities, we have a lot of volunteers, and they don't sing their own praises, but our communities would not survive without them. So I was quite keen to see how what sort of a role they played. And I have to say that Bart did give a very, very good address this morning, and actually answered a number of my concerns in his address. So I'm going to put this here. Sorry, Manuela, you've got your hand up there?
No, can't see your hand. No, I did. Sorry, there was a mistake.
You've got your hand up.
So, Madam Chair, Councillor Smith's raise the hand function doesn't work, so she's put in the chat that she'd like to speak.
It's not just wave.
I have a physical hand. Hand. Thank you, Madam Chair. Did we want to move this recommendation before we speak to it?
I definitely will put this $5,000. I have a mover. Rachel move. Were you moving, Rachel?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder?
Kelly.
Kelly Stratford. Now I'll open the floor for discussion. We'll go through this alphabetically. Lane, do you have any comments to make regarding Volunteering Northland?
I also was reasonably impressed with the presentation. However, I do some volunteering in Northland, as some of you know, and I asked around, and I can't seem to find the place where this functions in Northland. I mean, I couldn't find anybody that goes through this organisation to volunteer. Now that just may be the people I've spoken to, but that's I struggle with it, I'm afraid.
That's an interesting observation, because that is why, one of the reasons why I put the question forward, because like you, I know a number of volunteers in my community, and they didn't know of the organisation, and they were looking for a particular volunteer who would fit in with the dynamics of their group. And one asked me, and I said Volunteer Northland, database. They said, oh no, we just want somebody locally, and I feel that there may be a missing link somewhere. So I'm putting it out there for you to fill me in on just that, Lane. How many people do you know that are involved? And
well, I couldn't find anyone. And in fact, the organisation that I volunteer, I asked them about it, and they're also in Whangarei as well. It's a thing.
Christy.
And they struggled with it. It wasn't someone they dealt with.
Thanks for that, Lane. Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as part of my council delegations, I'm actually delegated to represent FNDC at Volunteer Northland. Due to COVID-19, I am yet to attend a meeting, but I will be attending my first meeting with them later this month. And that is, I believe, and Aisha, you could probably speak more to this, that has been instigated by them with a desire to ensure that they're reaching as many as possible throughout our district. So I also did some asking around as well, and my understanding is through a lot of our communities, especially through COVID-19, there was some great collaboration going on between Volunteer Northland and some other community groups. I know that I'm a trustee of Friends of Rollins Wood Charitable Trust, and we have recently engaged to work with them on an upcoming volunteer week, and the support that we've had from them just in the last few days has been fantastic. So I'm quite excited to see what that process looks like. I do think that this is a case of it's just the wheels churn a little bit slowly, you know, and everything takes a bit of traction. But I have, after our conversation, Belinda, I did do a little bit more looking into it and things, and I feel really positive about the things that this organisation not only is already doing, but more importantly can potentially be doing in the very near future. I especially appreciate his korero around their desire to be bilingual and to ensure that their advertising and things is reaching all of our demographic, being that 50% of our district are Māori. So I feel really good and I'm in support of this application.
Great, thank you. Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have some concerns like you do around the actual reach into the district. So I've also done some asking around, and I've just been doing a quick squizzy over looking at their activity on Facebook and that through the COVID-19 to see, because most organisations I've been dealing with were quite active in that space of connecting with people at a time when physical connection was not enabled or not the rigor. So I actually have this is one of those organisations that's always spoken well of in council, oh, what great work they do and what have you. But actually, I'm interested in what's done on the ground, and I don't support the $5,000 that they're requesting. I can think of a lot of other groups that would deserve that through their actions over the last 3 months in particular. So I won't be supporting the $5,000. If there's an amendment, I might consider a different amount. But the major organisations that I've seen that they've been involved with already have established volunteer bases and are able to recruit through those normal procedures. So if it's a hospice mid-north, which is one of the ones that they've advertised for, hospice can get their own volunteers organised. So it seems to me more of a recruitment agency, and I have again concerns with the amount of money that was spent on the paid staff members compared to the actual resources that are being given out.
Yeah, valid points, Dave. So Bart did say that there were essential services through COVID. He did say that there was 36 volunteers in our area, Kiri, Russell. Interesting, none of us actually can name any so far, but I'll leave that with you. Manuela, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I am in the same boat. I'm a member of several volunteer organisations in the area, chairing one, and we tried or have approached this particular organisation for help to get volunteers, and I found them being based in Whangaroa back when I tried to get help, and that you had to sign up with them and didn't feel like very voluntary. It wasn't a feeling that you're actually going to get the volunteers you want, and they do talk money. You know, you can sign up for courses and all these things if you're a member of the volunteer organisation, which that's not how it works. We're all struggling to get money as it is, but then if you have to pay another organisation to find your volunteers, and I don't know anybody who got volunteers through them, so I'm a bit baffled about all this as well.
Interesting, thank you. Frank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do quite a bit of work in the voluntary sector. I, for example, coordinate Daffodil Day for the Cancer Society up here. I coordinate the Heart Foundation appeal up here, and I do other voluntary work. I am somewhat, I loathe to use the word suspicious, but it just doesn't sit comfortably with me. I would have a database myself of at least 200 people who I can call on for things like the Heart Foundation or the Cancer Society, and I'm really struggling to find any justification for us paying $5,000 to an independent organisation to do something that I think the community actually does bloody well on its own. Now, that might sound very critical, but look, we have to be very careful. We don't have a lot of money. Volunteers are important, but I'm really struggling with why I should support this application.
Thank you, Frank. I think your sentiments are shared there. It's interesting that we are all involved with voluntary groups and volunteers. It's probably just what we do naturally at our grassroots level. Bruce, did you have any comment to make? Unmute. Just come show me.
Okay. I haven't gone to sleep yet. Just about. No, I've got nothing else to add apart from the fact that I don't know anyone in this area who've used them either. And yes, we've been racking our brains to try to think of anyone, and nothing's coming up. I've been sceptical for the last couple of applications as well, you know, the last couple of years, and wondering when it was going to come to this area. I haven't really seen anything yet, so there's no proof for me, so I'm not in favour of supporting it.
Thanks, Bruce. The only member that hasn't spoken really is Manu. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'd have to agree with all of the other members who've in their comments. I believe that I have come across Volunteer Northland at paid events like a 660 concert, I think, 2 years ago in Whangaroa. I've seen their volunteers out the front helping with traffic, and potentially some of the merits that have gone on in our area, but I haven't seen them on the ground with the volunteer in our subdivision and across our ward in anything that I've seen, particularly around even in the COVID-19 space. So I am here as well, and I did about the phone and internet and depreciation costs, and because we haven't funded it for it, I would like to maintain some consistency there and not fund it again. So that 2,100 portion, I would, if there was an amendment, I would like to see the amendment take that in the amount that's granted.
Just come back to you, Manuela. I see you're looking at their annual fees, their income. Do you want to comment on that?
No, that's an example of what, you know, that's where I struggle to understand the organisation. For me, as being a chair of a volunteer organisation in the region here, I'm getting scared of this, and I have an organisation that has a lot of money available to run an event. I'd hate to know somebody who runs on half a shoestring how they feel about these people trying to coordinate your volunteers, and that's what we do as a volunteer organisation. You coordinate your volunteers, so I'm not willing to pay them money to do what I don't know what they're doing. So, to be really honest, sounds very ignorant, but that's my stance. So,
good point. Catherine, you've had your hand up for a while.
I'm willing to offer up Kelly Stratford first because she has her hand up as well. So if Kelly wants to go first, I think I can respond to some of the queries here.
I was just going to be the only one to stick up for volunteering Northland as a so there are a couple of organisations in Kawakawa that have successfully accessed volunteers using Volunteering Northland. The Bay of Islands Vintage Railway is something that doesn't appeal to everyone within a community, so it goes wider. We get a large number of volunteers coming from as far as Kaitaia and Whangaroa, so Volunteering Northland have helped Bay of Islands Vintage Railway with recruiting volunteers. And then the coordination of volunteers at Te Honanga, they've played a big part in helping, because there's so many projects going on at Te Honanga, so yeah, they've played a huge part in getting the right skilled volunteer in those spaces. Also, you know, St. John and Hospice, although they have their people that recruit, they struggle to get volunteers in some communities. Like in Kawakawa, we have a hospice retail shop, and Volunteering Northland helps to recruit for that retail space. Not, you know, they're okay in Kirikiri, they've got enough people up there, or up in Kaitaia, but in some of their smaller shops, they use Volunteering Northland to help them to recruit for that. And same with the St. John retail space as well. And Focus Pie here have got it on their window at their shop as well. So I'm assuming that they are a member of the organisation, and they are probably accessing volunteers. What I've found in the last few years is when new people move to the area and they make contact with me and they're like, oh, I want to get involved in something, I put them onto Volunteering Northland, because I know it's got the skill base, it's everything. You know, they're reliable. I can put people onto them that are new in the community, and I know that they're not going to be left in the lurch, or, you know, that nobody's not going to get back to them, and they're not going to feel welcome in our district. Whereas some of the smaller organisations, they don't have a person, you know, that is reliable at all times to be able to awhi people into the community and into their role as a volunteer. Yeah, so I'm going to support the application, probably on my own. Thank you.
Can I just come back in again, Madam Chair? I take Kelly's point, but you know, maybe it's something we as a community board look at. Should we have a database of people we know in the community that are willing to help with these organisations? I mean, I could put up probably a couple of hundred names now, and maybe it's something we sit there and say, look, as a community board, we're going to set up a database, and that we'll have names available for these organisations. I just have difficulty when so much is done by so many for nothing, that we're being asked to provide $5,000 for an organisation which has paid staff. To me, I'm just feeling very, very uncomfortable.
Okay, thanks for that, Frank. Well, I'm feeling very, very hungry, but I'm going to go to Catherine to actually answer some queries there.
Hopefully it's a short response. Okay, so one of the concerns that Manuela has raised is the having to belong and pay fees. I don't know if Bart covered it today, but if your organisation struggles to pay fees, they can waive those. I also note that not only do they recruit volunteers, but they offer a heck of a lot of training opportunities that, for example, a first aid course that would cost about $300 if you had to do it yourself, they can offer them for $30 and things like that. And they have had quite a lot of people up in the Bay of Islands, in Te Hiku, and to a lesser extent in the Kaikoui Hokiang Awards, who have participated in those. They also offer governance courses and things that organisations can take advantage of. In Kirikiri, one that I am aware of that they helped recruit volunteers for was the Wairoa track down to the waterfall. They did help recruit some volunteers for some of the work that they were doing there. I understand what Member Owen is suggesting in having a database. My concern with that is that boards change all the time, and someone needs to be consistently in charge of that. And it's not something that council staff would be able to take on. It's outside of our remit, and it's also outside of our physical capability in terms of workloads and staffing at present. But thank you.
Manawai.
Can I please maybe look at the board supporting a proposed amendment of granting 2,900, which is the amount that they've requested minus the 2,100 for phone, internet and depreciation.
Just before we go into that, I've been notified that Te Huku gave $3,000 and Kaikoui gave $1,000. So we have an amendment on the table here, 2,900.
Can I just talk to that amendment?
Yes.
The total depreciation is in here somewhere because I looked it up because I saw your question, Manawai.
$18,000. Is that it? $18,000?
No. So total depreciation is actually 4,100, and travel. Oh, where are we? Phone and internet is 1,300. Yeah, 1,300.
Oh, I see. They combined C, phone and internet depreciation together.
Yeah. So what am I saying? I don't think 2,100 reflects fully what C is.
No.
So, Madam Chair, if you've got a seconder for the proposed amendment from Member Wells, then we can continue. Otherwise, there may be no point. But I guess just some clarification for Casey's benefit from Member Wells, whether or not she wants her amendment to detail what the amount should be, tagged for, or whether or not it's just to the value of that. And for members' information, that's how you've come to that value.
So, Manawai, we have your amendment for $2,900. Do you want to tag those specifically towards like the advertising and promotion, the rent, hire, the
Yes, I'd be.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, we're losing you, Manawai.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Just want to get a more room secondary. So no, we've just got Manawai, but she
needs a seconder or not?
Have you got the local grant application, page 78 in front of you, Manawai, to tag it, or do you want me to read them out?
Would you be able to read them out, please?
Yep. So we have $500 under rent and venue hire, $1,275 for advertising and promotion, $200 on stationery and photocopying, $375 on travel and mileage, $50 on volunteer reimbursement expenses, and $500 toward staff training, membership and accounting fees. Not sure what the breakdown is on that. Kelly might have it. And then there's the 2,100, which includes the depreciation, phone and internet portion, which we would exclude the depreciation portion out of that 18,000, which is 4,100. So you've got 2,900. So you're going to take 2,100 off. You're going to remove.
Yes, I'm going to propose that.
Depreciation. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. So that amendment includes the amounts requested less the final item for phone internet depreciation of $2,100. Do I have a seconder for Manawai's motion? Amendment, sorry.
Yes, me, Bruce.
Bruce. Okay, thank you, Bruce. Any further discussion on this? So I'm going to put this to the vote. That we approve the sum of $2,900 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Volunteering Northland for costs towards the volunteer centre recruitment and promotion to support the following community outcomes: proud, vibrant communities. Now we're going to add in the amendment. We're going to add in to right. What have we got written here?
So that's the original. So
It's
change the sum. Yeah. Less the
towards the volunteer centre
or removing
and promotion to support.
So perhaps if I can offer some assistance, I think in the recommended wording, after the word promotion, just put in brackets, not the telephone depreciation.
Internet depreciation. And phone internet. Phone and phone / internet depreciation. Are you happy with that, Manawai?
Yes, thank you.
Right, so put that. Manawai's moved it. Bruce has seconded it. I'm going to put that to the vote. Lane?
Against.
Manawai? Sorry, Manuela.
Against.
Dave?
Against.
Bruce in support. He seconded it. Frank?
Against.
Rachel?
For.
Kelly?
For.
And Manawai's for. Oh dear. Well, this is nice. I have to use my casting vote. So I will.
You just need to vote.
I will say yes. And support of the amendment. And that's carried, and we will take a lunch break.
So, Madam Chair, just to be clear, that's not utilising a casting vote because it's not a tie. So you just have your vote makes it the majority for.
In my mind, I felt I was splitting the decision. Pretty long debate. Okay. So we're now going to adjourn for a lunch break. We should be able to come back and get through this quite quickly. And then we have Yako Conjure joining us for a hopefully quick presentation workshop on footpaths, which has come about. You know, I think he's got some exciting news for us anyway. So go and enjoy your lunch break, and we'll meet back here just over half an hour, perhaps 2:30. Is that long enough for everybody?
Yes.
Right. Then. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep. Right, so we'll resume with item 7.7, the project funding reports. Recommendation we had here. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the project reports received from A, the Bay of Islands Vintage Railway, and B, Whangaroa Health Services Trust. I'll move. Have a second.
I'll second.
Manawai?
Yeah.
I just would like to commend the Whangaroa Health Services Trust on their swift project report. I think it would have to be, under the circumstances, the fastest return I've ever seen. So well done to them. Any discussion around those reports?
With the maybe Kelly knows. What's the train group doing? Because the company went bust, didn't it? That they were going to have the boiler fixed at. Kelly, are you there? No.
Catherine has a comment to make. Kelly actually is online, but she's had to go elsewhere.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
soon. Catherine, do you have a comment to make about the?
So I just need to pull. I need to pull over to comment. I'm not up on the plate on the detail around a company going bust, but I do know that the boiler was not repairable, and the Bay of Islands Vintage Railway are still looking for a replacement, but yeah, they were a little disheartened by not being able to fix Gabriel at this stage, but they haven't given up.
Okay. The boiler went down to Dunedin though and came back. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's right. It came back. It's in Kawakawa.
Thank you.
Yes, so it's a bit unfortunate that it had to go down there to be assessed. It would have been cheaper for them to bring somebody up and assess it up here, but I guess there's a lot of specialised equipment involved in that process. Anybody else have any comments? I'm not quite sure what sort of graveyard heaven it would go to. Would be.
Well, through the chair, I was driving down to Wellington and I would have to get my navigator to remind me of the town, but we went through and there was 4 steam engines sitting there rusting and a siding at the maybe we could get one.
Tokomaru?
Oh, don't quiz me on the names. I was bad enough driving. But there was certainly a series of steam engines sitting on the side of the road.
Oh, so they do have a graveyard to go to.
They do.
Would have paid to return it up to the north. It stayed there. Yes, quite a sad case. We've supported Gabriel from a board perspective for many years through difficult times, operational times, and up and down times. And it's another one of those facilities that's run by lots of our volunteers. So yeah, quite sad, but an integral part of future links between Kawakawa and Opua and in the overall plan. So I'm sure there'll be lots of enthusiasm and donors and willing people to get stuck in and help find a replacement and resurrect Gabriel and that amazing, unique attraction it is to Kawakawa Township. Any other comments on those 2 reports received? Okay, so that's been moved by myself, seconded by Manawai. I'll put that to the vote. Lane?
Yay.
Manuela?
Yay.
Dave?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yeah.
Frank?
Yes.
Rachel? Aye. Kelly? Aye. And we've got myself and Manawai as moving and seconded, so that's unanimous. Carried. Right, so we'll move on to, we've done the rural travel funds this morning. Thank you for your input into that robust discussion. And we'll move to page 106. So we now have the recommendation, item 8.1, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report, Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Hall Annual Information Update. Do I have a mover?
Yes. Bruce.
Bruce, thank you. Seconder?
Yep.
It was
Dave.
Dave, thank you. Now, discussions surrounding the hall. No pun intended, but the hall policy was overhauled not that long ago, and last year was the first year that I recall our local hall having to put in quite substantial information as requested by council, and they have just submitted for the second time, hence this report from last year's operational expenditure and income. There's quite a, I just would like to, I see Rachel's got her hand up there, I just would like to refer to the I guess all our halls have not put reports on, I'm aware of that, which needs to be followed up, and I also am aware that we need to actually start working a lot more closely in our seconded role as board members onto our hall committees. They're not meeting the criteria. Many of them just run with a few people. They don't even have a proper forum. I think this should be, it's definitely right in my sights to get onto this and jump on these AGMs. I think the council recommended after their financial year end of June, but we have found that August is probably the best month once you get your financials for the year, and have a hold your AGM. Bruce is shut. You wanting to speak, Bruce?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. My way?
Yep. Yes,
okay. I noticed there that you've got down, well, first of all, I'll go up to the top part, and the halls is the Whangaroa Village Hall is not even down there on your list. The Whangaroa Memorial Hall in Kaio is, and I noticed that the reports had not been received from the Totara North Hall, the Whangaroa Hall, whichever that one may be. Now, I rang up Eljon this morning, who's down in Auckland, and said, hey, what's the story? You know, they haven't received one, I presume, whether it's the Whangaroa Hall or the Whangaroa Memorial Hall. He basically said, oh, well, if I was told about it, I would have given you a couple of days' time. So, yeah, because I do notice one of the steps, one of the other comments further down, what are we going to do about these halls who haven't given the report? But I'm just wondering whether they were actually fully notified that they had to give it. They probably have never read the new policy. Yeah, so perhaps we need to shake up on that one and speak to them to get a report in.
Yeah, you're quite right, Bruce, and they do, and they would have been notified. All halls were sent out the information, but some just ignored it and didn't actually send the information in. Some may not have met for months. They really need to be addressed by all of us individually in our subdivision areas who are appointed seconded onto the hall committees. And I know I have spoken to Manuela to assist her and Russell of holding an AGM, and I don't know whether they've ever had one. There seems to be 2 or 3 people that just run the hall. Yeah. So this will be our first pet project to tidy things up and also to ensure the reports that have been received certainly don't hold current information. I mean, the Russell Town Hall, for example, their rental charges are dated as at July 2008, which is great. They may not have put their charges up since then, but it's quite sloppy bookkeeping not to update the charge list, and there's lack of security issues, key registers, that sort of thing. But anyway, I'm interested to hear, you know, your input into how you feel your halls are operating.
Kelly, could I talk to the...
Have you finished talking? Bruce?
Sorry?
Have you finished talking, Bruce?
No, I was going to add to that, well, okay, if you want to know how things are going, I mean, the Whangaroa Hall, which I'm more involved with, yeah, we're actually pulling finger. It's very active at present. Although I want to say, of course, during the shutdown, yes, somehow or other, permission was given to the Runanga to use it for, we were not, the hall committee was not consulted. Council just went over the top and gave it to the Runanga to distribute their food parcels. They've done quite a bit of damage apparently to the foyer, so something's going to have to happen about that. But that's no doubt in the pipeline right now. So I think they finished with it yesterday, I believe. But yeah, so I will contact the other halls that I know of there and give them a shake up and try and get something done. Updated.
Yes. So they'll have to organise AGMs, which you'll probably have to assist them with, Bruce. But
yeah,
I circulate the necessary information if you haven't already received it, just to make sure that the hall procedures and policy are actually being complied with.
Exactly.
Yeah, Manuela.
That's fine.
Thanks, Bruce.
Yes, you mentioned the Russell Town Hall, how they haven't updated their prices since 2008. However, it seems to be very well functioning town hall. I looked into it and I know they're not really strict on their meetings and they only got certain people on the committee. It's very hard to find people that want to go on a committee. They're always booked out. So I don't think they're doing a bad job running the hall and making money for it. But maybe they're not doing what council want them to do for holding meetings, which is most likely not a priority. So, I mean, if you look at the hall of the bookings, they're fully booked all year round, which probably will change if you don't see any cruise ships in the near future. That's what they were relying on. So, yep.
Yes. Thanks for that.
Which we hopefully won't ban all cruise ships.
And they are, some of our halls are functioning very, very well with just one or two people running them. But it's about accountability and the processes now that council has in place. And so, yeah, we need to tread gingerly with those that have been devoted as volunteers to these facilities for years. But I do think we need to be leaders and then sit back and let the communities run them. Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually wanted to propose an amendment to this resolution to request that we are updated, that we receive a report on the implementation plan, the monitoring and the evaluation points that are identified in the strategy. I know that there are things like develop a schedule for inclusion that the board asked for that to happen and for the work to be done with halls around what we're talking about. So I think it's a really good opportunity for us to request an update report on how those action points are going and decide where we go from there.
Thanks for that, Rachel. Would you just like to pen in the meeting chat something for Casey, please? Yes. She's struggling with that great speedy speech of yours. That's fine, so am I.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Lovely. Perfect.
And once again, poor old Waipapa gets left behind.
Because?
I don't know, we just never seem to get noticed.
Would you like to talk about the Waipapa Hall?
No, Madam Chairman, the time has passed. I feel that I've been left off to the side and that's how it'll be. Now, Waipapa Hall is running as well as it can be doing. They finally put their prices up, but we do struggle like everyone else to get the volunteers. There's about 4 people run it and they're the whole ballpark, quite frankly. I'm not sure what else we can do. We have about 400 bookings a year through 3-4 main groups and that's it.
Yes.
No different than everybody else.
Right, we're done with Waipapa Hall. We have an amendment on the table from Rachel.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we have a seconder for that? Would you like to read the amendment, please?
Come on.
Second to me to read. So we've moved that we receive the report and that the board request a report updating the progress. We'll just get this into correct grammar here. And that the board request a report updating the progress achieved on the implementation plan, monitoring, evaluation actions identified in the halls and facilities strategy. Do we have a seconder for Rachel's amendment?
Yep.
Is that you, Dave?
Lane?
Is that Lane or Dave?
Yeah, no, I'm quite happy to.
Lane.
It was Dave.
Yeah, well, I think it was, but yeah.
Any more discussion surrounding?
Councillor Stratford has her hand up.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I don't have that picture. Sorry, Kelly.
No, it's in chat. I've written hand up.
Yes. We don't have chats open because we're going backwards and forwards.
So I just wanted to clarify: why is Waipapa Hall not on the list?
Probably because they haven't.
No. So in the report, it mentions all the halls, not the status of them. It's. Oh no, there it is. Sorry, council owned on council land. Yep, can't read. Never mind that question. My other point that I wanted to raise is that, as well as the halls presenting their financials, there are the other reserve or clubs, such as the Domain in Kawakawa, that usually present a report and they get their 5K a year. I think that Kaio, the field in Kaio is the same. I know that's separate, but we usually deal with it in this. This is the first time I've had, oh, this is the whole strategy and this is what we're doing. I just don't want us to forget that part. And then the other thing that I wanted to raise is the point around Moirua. They have had meetings. This is Simpson Park Hall, and yeah, I support what Rachel's raised there, but man, they've had a real issue getting council to do their roof, and it is, you know, the staff have pushed back a number of times saying it's not the responsibility of council to do the external work, but it is. I've submitted it as a shovel-ready project because the roof is, you know, it's long overdue for repair, and it's impacting on the waterproofness of the hall, which has been looked after years by the committee. All they, you know, they just need their roof done now.
Thanks for that, Kelly. And yes, I did see it in your shovel-ready projects. Good on you for identifying that. This is the second year that we've just had the halls reports, and Catherine or Aisha might be able to inform us otherwise as to why those other community facilities are not required to report under this. I guess it's a different policy, the same cover. Aisha, can you just enlighten us on that, please, why we don't receive that at the same time?
Yeah, I think it is just because it's a separate policy. So, Madam Chair, I have my hand raised as well. Quite a few comments back, I put a link in just to the council halls page on our website, which shows who our contact people are for each of those assets. So with your guys' community knowledge, it would be really helpful if you could let us know if those are inaccurate so that we can make sure we're chasing the right people, particularly for Bruce's area. There's a couple in there who we have contacts for, but if they're wrong, then we might be asking the wrong people for the information. Aljon's not listed as the contact person, so maybe we need to update that.
Yeah, that has been an issue with many facilities, and it's one of the reasons why council have this new policy in place, and the forms that are filled out should give all the details and contact details and a secondary person if that person's not. So this is why it's so important that we get behind our communities and ensure that they put this information in to the best of their ability, and particularly with context and booking persons. Quite often people are left high and dry and are ringing me looking for a key or something like that. So a key register is vital, and the place that is kept is really important. So I support what Aisha's saying. We really do need to sort of up our act on that as you know, a delegation. and really make sure that our community information is up to date, and make sure that it's updated when people drop off communities, because because they don't always wait for the AGM. There's quite a turnover in some communities, whereas other communities, the same people have been doing it for decades. Ashley, you got your hand back up? No, still up?
Sorry, it can be lowered, yeah.
That's right. So, any other discussion around this? Okay, so I'm going to put that amendment to the vote, which was moved by Rachel, seconded by Dave. At the Bay of Islands, it's all right. At the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board received the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Hall Annual Information Update, and that the board request a report updating the progress achieved on the implementation plan, monitoring and evaluation actions identified in the halls and facilities strategy. Moved by Rachel, seconded by Dave. Lane, how do you?
Aye.
Aye. Manuela?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Manawai?
Yes.
Kelly?
Aye.
Dave supports, and Rachel supports, and I support. That's carried unanimously. So this looks like we'll just get out. That's it. Well done, everybody. So we are now at the end of the formal meeting. We are going to move into a footpath workshop.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Would anyone like to do the closing karakia?
We're coming to that, Manawai. You might like to do it. So if there's nothing else to raise, we will, all good. I'm getting smiles all round, blank faces. Right, Manawai, the floor is yours. Karakia to close and clear for the meeting, and I want to thank you all very much, particularly we got off to a bit of a shaky start, but I think we've done very well today for our first online meeting. And I'd like to thank the supporting staff, particularly Kim, Aisha, Casey, our new lady, and Catherine. Well done. Thank you all very much. Manawai, over to you.
Okay. So, te katoa, whai tō tātou ariki, aihi ukrait, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga.
Amen.